Testing. And you face the flag, put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. Whatever you have rehearsed.
Okay.
And then once you guys do that, you could And if you need to raise it,
Great.
then you would just use this, okay?
Simple.
For the voice. Oh, very nice to meet
You
you.
guys are doing the pledge tonight?
Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. We're ready to begin tonight's City Council meeting for Tuesday, November the 8th, 2022. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Serta,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Francis,
Here.
Councilmember Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Here.
Councilmember Love.
Here.
All members are present.
Let me start this again. If you would like to participate in the meeting, you can participate via the following options. The first way is you can view our meeting live on Spectrum Channel 22 or online at youtube.com/City of Gardena. The second way to participate is prior to the meeting, you can email our Deputy City Clerk at publiccomments@cityofgardena.org by 5 p.m. on the day of the meeting and write public comments in the subject line. The third way is you can attend the meeting in person, as all of you are doing. Also, as it relates to public comments, the City Council will hear from the public on any item on the agenda or any item of interest that is not on the agenda at the following times. So agenda items, at the time of the City Council meeting, considering the item or during oral communications, non-agenda items during oral communications, and public hearings at the time of the public hearings listed on the agenda. If you wish to address the City Council, please complete a speaker request form. Can we just hold one up so everybody knows what it looks like and where to get it? And present it to the city clerk, who just held our hands up, or our sergeant at arms. Sterling, if you could just raise your hand. Thank you. You can return it to either of those two people. You will be called to the podium by name when it's your turn to address the City Council. The City Council cannot legally take any action on any item not scheduled on the agenda. Such items may be referred for administrative action or scheduled on a future agenda. Members of the public wishing to address the City Council will be given 3 minutes to speak. Our standards of behavior that promote civility at all of our public meetings. We ask that everybody treat everyone courteously, listen to others respectfully, exercise self-control, give open-minded consideration to all viewpoints, focus on the issues and avoid personalizing debate, and embrace respectful disagreement and dissent as a democratic right, inherent components of an inclusive public process and tools for foregoing sound decisions. So I'd just like to thank all of you guys in advance for your attendance as well as your cooperation. So at this time, we just came back from our closed session. Madam City Attorney, do we have anything to report from closed session?
Madam Mayor, members of the council met tonight during closed session on item 2A. There was no reportable action taken. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Next, we're going to begin with our Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, it will be led by Benjamin Ashley and Grayson Gales. Immediately following that, we'll have our invocation led by the Reverend Kevin Moore. So at this time, if we can have our two pledgers come forward and everybody can please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
If everybody can continue standing, and Reverend Moore.
All right, let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we just come before you tonight with thankful hearts, first and foremost. And we just want to thank you for the wonderful city of Gardena that so many of us get to call home. And Lord, I just want to thank you for this meeting, our lovely mayor, this council, and the community represented here tonight. I pray that you would impart wisdom as we discuss the matters at hand. And Lord, as your word says in Proverbs 11:14, where there is no counsel, the people fall, but in the multitude of counsel there is safety. Thank you, Father, that in this multitude of counselors there is safety. We ask for your heart and your mind, and we pray that every decision that is made would bring you honor and glory. Lead us as we seek to do your will. Heavenly Father, we ask for your continued blessing on this meeting, this amazing city, our residents, and our leaders. In Jesus' holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
You may be seated. If I can have our two pledgers come back to the front, to the podium. So tonight's Pledge of Allegiance was led by Benjamin Ashley, who's in the 5th grade, and Grayson Gales, also in the 5th grade. They both attend Chapman Elementary School. Both students were chosen to represent Chapman's fifth graders for the following. The Chapman Bear Pledge, They were chosen to represent Chapman's fifth graders for following the Chapman Bear Pledge of being safe, respectful, and responsible. So thank you guys for being such great students, for leading us in tonight's Pledge of Allegiance. And is there anything that you guys would like to say? No? All right, good enough. So let's give them a round of applause, everyone. You guys did a great job. And you can go ahead and take your seats now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Reverend Moore, if you can come back to the front as well. So tonight's invocation was led by Pastor Kevin Moore, who's the lead pastor at Restoration Church, which is located at 1473 West 182nd Street. Pastor Kevin Moore is the lead pastor of Restoration Church, formerly known as the Gardena Valley Assembly, located on Normandy and 182nd Street in Gardena. He has been the lead pastor for almost 2 years. He is a former employee of the Gardena Police Department and the Regional Communications Center, RCC. Pastor Kevin loves the city of Gardena and its amazing community of people. So thank you for leading us tonight in the invocation. And is there anything you would like to say?
Just thank you for the opportunity, and I'm a little bit biased, but this is the best city.
Oh,
So, thank you,
that's
guys.
okay. We'll agree with that, too. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have our veteran that we would like to recognize. Tonight, we have our Gardena military veteran recognition. We're going to honor George Villa, who served in the U.S. Navy. And every council member here on our city council has the opportunity to choose somebody to be recognized as a veteran. And the way you do so is there's these little applications here that anybody can fill out. The main two requirements are that you have to live or work in the city of Gardena, and the other requirement is be honorably discharged. So it's a very simple form. It's also online as well. And you can go on our website on the main page and go up under forms. I checked it today to make sure it works. And you can fill out the application or pick one here at City Hall. But tonight we're honoring George Villa, and he was selected by myself. Mr. George Villa is a resident of Gardena, and his military service includes: Mr. Villa joined the U.S. Navy on September 1st, 1968, and served for 4 years until he was honorably discharged on August the 11th, 1972, at the rank of Hospital Corpsman Second Class. During his time in the Navy, he received and completed the following education and training: Basic Hospital Corps Class A School, Shipboard Pest Control Course, Skin Scuba Diving Basic Course, Navy Training Course for SN and HM 3 and 2, military requirements for PO 3 and 2. During his service, he was awarded the following: the National Defense Service Medal, the Vietnam Service Medal. And Mr. Villa, you can come forward now. The National Defense Service Medal, the Vietnam Service Medal, the Vietnam Campaign Medal, and the Meritorious Unit Commendation. He is now a combat disabled veteran. He has been happily married to his wife, Elvia, for the past 42 years. And we have this special coin that we had designed specifically to recognize those who are receiving this award here. And Mr. Villa, is there anything that you would like to say?
Well, I agree with my brother here about Gardena. I've lived here 28 years now. I was formerly the pastor at St. John's, and then I retired. And mostly I just hide out at my house and don't answer the phone. But I've always enjoyed Gardena. I was born in East Los Angeles. And I give you thanks for this recognition. And I meet with a group of disabled veterans on Monday mornings, and I'm going to share this with them. And thank you all for this recognition.
Okay. Well, thank you, sir. We appreciate your service to the United States here. So thank you very much. And everybody, please give him a round of applause.
Okay.
All right. Very nice. Okay, so next up on our agenda is item number 5B, State and Federal Advocacy Update for the City of Gardena, which tonight will be presented by Nicola DeLucci, which is the Vice President of Townsend Public Affairs. Hi there. Okay, you have the mic.
Absolutely. So, Honorable Mayor, council members, my name is Nicolo DeLuca, and I'm a Vice President of Townsend Public Affairs. Thank you for inviting me to come down to your city and to present tonight. So I'm just going to give an overview of some of our efforts. We've got a PowerPoint there, and thank you for the clerk's office for the help. And then talk about next steps and what we're looking at moving forward. So with that said, let's see if I can handle this. There we go. So just a quick overview. Townsend Public Affairs, we're an advocacy firm. We were founded in 1998 by Christopher Townsend, and our mission is to support organizations that improve our communities. Primarily, our client base is public agencies such as cities, counties, transportation agencies, et cetera, et cetera. And we are the only top 10 lobbying firm in our great state that specializes in both legislative advocacy and grant funding in Sacramento and DC. We're also proud to say that we've secured over $2.5 billion in public sector funding for our clients. So, the mission for the city of Gardena. So we were hired by the city, and again, thank you very much for the confidence in our firm, in March of this year, 2022. One of our main goals, one of the main focuses, was to pursue state and federal funding, primarily as earmarks, or what we also call district direct spending. Another way to look at us is we're an extension of the city in both Sacramento and Washington, D.C. Got to say, having this remote is really helpful. So, a little bit some challenges, because when we first started, as a timeline shows, so once everything was said and done, we're in March. However, we like about now, November, December, it's a time to start working on the next year's process. What that looks like is working with the city on some projects that we know are not only needed for the city, but attractive to our state and federal leaders. So with deadlines fast approaching, we had to jump into action to ensure the earmark requests were taken under full consideration. Our team worked in strong partnership with the city to create a focused effort that culminated with a strategic submittal of multiple earmark requests to the city's legislative delegation. Those projects were digital equity, revitalization of Gardena Boulevard, and the Rosecrans Community Center. Right now, I want to take this time to thank the city's administrative services manager, because she and I worked in close partnership on drafting these projects, and of course working with the city manager's office on drafting projects that not only the city needed funding for, but from our strategic point of view, knowing that in Sacramento and in DC there's an appetite for that. I also want to be explicitly clear, very, very grateful for the leadership of Congresswoman Waters, Senator Bradford, and Assemblymember Marasucci, because without those three, these earmarks would not move forward. So the role of an advocate, also known as a lobbyist, is working closely with our client, the city, to come up with projects that we know there's an appetite and kind of a yearning for. It is the elected official on the state side and the federal side that makes a determination of what they would like to support and what they push forward. It's the state leaders and the federal leaders that say, yes, these are one of my official projects. Please, let's move this forward. So, great team effort, and really grateful for city staff and our leaders in Sacramento and in DC. So, quick recap, as you all know, Assemblymember Marasucci secured $4 million in AB 179 for the digital equity for all, bridging the digital divide. This was a really cool project because we had a lot of back and forth with his staff. As you recall, 2 years ago, the Assembly member was a big proponent for bridging the digital divide and making sure that everyone had access to the internet and also accessibility. Second one is great leadership from Senator Bradford as he secured $2 million for the Gardena Boulevard revitalization. really looking forward to the partnership with Caltrans to get those funds out soon also. And then the third is the Rosecrans Community Center. So Congresswoman Maxine Waters secured $1 million for the revitalization of the Rosecrans Community Center in the House Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development THUD Appropriations Bill. Another good way of saying is, so the House has approved this project. It's in their bill. We're just waiting on the Senate to act to move forward, and that's currently targeted for the end of December. Final tally, city, 3 projects, $7 million. All right, so we've got some changes afoot, as you know, redistricting. We're going to keep the same Congresswoman. We're going to keep the same assembly member, and then there's a shift due to redistricting for the cities now going into the district of where Senator Ben Allen is. Now, next steps. All right, so what's on the horizon? What are we going to be doing? What are we already working on? On the state side, we've begun to engage with the Department of Finance to get a clear line of sight as to what agencies will be dispersing the funds for Gardena Boulevard and for the digital divide. And then also knowing those agencies, we've already reached out to them to see how we can be helpful, what the city should have prepared, because clearly no one wants to wait for any of these funds. Once we get more specifics and we got the funding awarded, we want to make sure Senator Bradford and his office, Assemblymember Marsucci and his office, and then the budget committee staffs are all aware of what the city's doing for these funds, how you're spending them, basically a progress report to them so they continue the confidence in the work of the city. We're going to want to conduct an orientation and briefing session with Senator Allen and his office to highlight some of the city's needs. And then, like I mentioned earlier, we're going to want to start identifying, preparing, and reviewing a request to submit over on the state side. The state process is a little bit nebulous, whereas on the federal side, you've got to identify which specific bill, and there's an application to fill out. On the state side, where we've seen success is jumping in early, reaching out to the elected, seeing what their priorities are, seeing how we can match their priorities with ours, and start that process right away. Federal side, very similar to the state side. Certainly support Congresswoman Waters and her effort for the $1 million. Engage with the various federal agencies to finalize grant agreements and get those moving. Of course, similar, provide updates to the Congresswoman and her office so they're aware of how the city's spending the funding. Next steps, of course, keeping her in loop all the way. If there's a groundbreaking or something like that, making sure she's invited. And then similar to the state side, we're going to want to look at what federal projects we're going to want to submit, not only to the Congresswoman, but to, of course, Senator Padilla and Senator Feinstein. So that said, that's part of the team. Happy to stop talking and answer any questions you all may have. And again, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments? I have a question.
Yes.
So you mentioned the processes you work with our legislators on the federal and the state level here. I know just recently when we had a ribbon cutting for one of the events, one of our legislators said that they were the one that secured it totally. So I just want to make sure what we were spending our money on here. So you guys actively participate in all 3 things. You started the application process, you walked it through federal or state, is that correct?
Yes, so what we do is we first strategize with the city on, okay, what are our projects? What are we looking at? I have seen so many good projects not even get a consideration due to it's maybe off topic, the dollar amount you're requesting is too high, things of that nature. And so working closely with your city staff, we made sure that the projects are not just enticing to our state leaders, but to our federal leaders.
Okay.
Various levels of interaction and discussion with the different offices. Very respectful and grateful for Senator Bradford because it's the senator decides, I've got a bunch of requests that are coming my way. I'd like to support that one. And once you support that, going through the process.
Okay.
Similar with the assembly member and then similar with the Congresswoman.
So it's a collaborated effort. It's not just one
Absolutely.
person. It's not just
Absolutely.
you guys or just the legislator
Correct.
on these projects here that are coming before us
Correct.
that you've worked on. Okay. Thank you very much. I just want to get a little bit better clarification on that.
No, absolutely. And you can't do it without the elected
Okay.
leader.
Okay.
You also have to make sure your projects are good.
Okay.
You also have to make sure that you're always following up, if there's questions or things you need to address.
I
So as
see.
an example, with Assemblymember Marsucci's office, a lot of back and forth on broadband. Specifically, they're saying, hey, we just worked really hard the year before to get broadband funding in the state budget. Why do you need an allocation from us? And we explained due to the competitive nature, those funds are already going to be spent. We're looking at last mile, not first mile, things of that nature.
And so are you guys also the same reporting agency that then takes it back to the legislator to say, this is how the city spent that money? I mean, the timeline of how it was delegated out and how well it's going. How long do you guys follow up with the project then afterwards?
Until you guys are done with the project.
I see.
So
Okay.
again, so we're an extension of you all in Sacramento and DC.
Okay.
And when I've been doing this for about 15 years, before that I worked at Oakland City Hall for about 12 years.
Okay.
And I've seen over the years, obviously you all have a million things going on. But
Right.
getting updates as to what's going on or how the money's being spent, and then the success stories. So you all know that your investment in either us or other consultants are like, that's worthwhile. Same time, the residents are going to want to know, how are you spending these funds? And just for the broadband, I mean, getting access at your 6 city parks, that's awesome.
Right.
It's something that they're really proud of and excited about.
Right. Well, so far from what I've seen, I mean, since we've hired you, excuse me, in March, I've been very impressed with the work that you guys have done, and hopefully, you know, this will continue on. And at the end of the day, I mean, we like it, but the community is the one that's going to benefit from this at the end of the day. Are
Thank
there
you
any
very
other
much.
questions or comments? Let's start here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. DeLuca, in regards to trying to get some insight on what they're looking for moving forward, have you started discussions to kind of get an understanding of what's going to be looking to be addressed, sustainability, electric vehicle infrastructure, stuff like that? Is that next on the docket?
Absolutely, and Councilmember, you kind of read my mind. So yesterday, to my wife's chagrin, one of the things I do a lot for work is I'm on the phone a lot. And so yesterday, I had a lot of great discussions with the Senate Budget Chair's Chief of Staff. And she's been great to work with. And I said, hey, you know, when it comes to district requests, what are you feeling? What's your advice? What are your suggestions? She was clear. She said, you know, we don't know where the state budget's going to go. Like just like the past 2 years, they've expected a deficit, but there's been a big surplus. First and foremost, the best requests are infrastructure, because the state has confidence in that, and there's something called the GAN limit that's the most eligible, so infrastructure. So we definitely want to make sure whatever we do is bricks and mortar. The another thing to keep in mind is each office, whether you're a senator or an assembly member, you have a limited number of asks. So back when I was saying earlier, you don't want to overprice your ask because you don't want to kind of knock yourself out. So maybe keep in mind 3 to 5 million are some really good numbers to put forward on the price tag. When it comes to your specific question on electric vehicles, the governor and the legislature just approved a massive climate package, and there's a lot of funding for electric vehicles. However, due to some of the municipal work that we do, we've heard, yeah, there's great EV charging, but not for our street sweepers or not for some of our heavier equipment. So I think if that were to be something that the city would land on, we definitely want to build that out a little bit more. Why can't we use the state funding that's coming down the road, or what's our special story? Another thing that's also really helpful is for your project, how many constituencies can you help? For an example, if you're working on a park project, there's young people, there's seniors, maybe you're putting something, a display for ESL or what have you. Maybe you're doing some tot lot equipment for those that might be physically challenged. So whatever you do, you want to make sure you're incorporating as many people in different groups as possible.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any more questions?
Just
Go ahead.
Real quick. First of all, I saw some of the work that the staff did, and I really want to compliment our staff for doing an outstanding job of doing the paperwork and the application process. It really, staff, outstanding. And so I guess I'm just trying to be clear on what your position is. So once staff does all the heavy lifting, so to speak, and getting things written, then you kind of shepherd it through. So do you work directly with the legislature, or do you work more so with their staff? I mean, would they know who you are if I mention kind of, name drop? They would say, oh yeah, we know those guys.
Absolutely. Great question. So we work in conjunction with staff. It's a joint effort. It's not just, hey, staff, fill this out. It's let's work together. Here's some of the perspectives from Sacramento or DC. We need, your help with, or your point of view on things of that nature. So it's a collaborative work. And then once we have the requests and they're final, yes, we submitted them. So the specific requests that we had that were just funded, it was our office submitting them to staff. Actually, the day after we were hired by the city, I reached out to both state offices and said, hey, we just started working with City of Gardena. What's your budget process? And they said, you know what, get us something in writing, clock's ticking, get us something in writing, send it to us pretty quickly, and outline your asks. So that's when we worked in conjunction with city staff on that. And then we work on the submittal, we work on the follow-up. Some offices handle it differently. Some want to do direct meetings, others are work with your staff, others are clear it with budget staff, others are where's the governor's office. So we do a little bit of absolutely everything, and it's really kind of case by case by that office and the level of working and what they want to see and what they want to work on.
Yeah, I can see with Washington, with DC. However, our state senator, he lives a couple blocks away from me, and we just, hey, can we get this done? So it's an interesting process. So now, so for the projects we already had in the hopper, you just kind of help push them through because they were already on their way.
So they were awarded the funding.
Yeah, so
And so it's like, okay, hey, cool, now we've got the funding. And so what we've been doing is working with the Department of Finance. Hey, what's your process? What should we be ready for? When do we expect these funds to come? And that's when they said specifically, for Gardena Boulevard, you're looking at Caltrans. They're going to be the lead agency. They're going to be the ones holding the money. You've got to work a grant scope agreement with them. So we immediately let city staff know, all right, Caltrans are going to be overseeing the $2 million. Let's reach out to them proactively. Let's see what they need. Let's be prepared. So when they have a grant agreement, we're ready to fill that out quickly, turn it in, boom, let's get that cash. And then for the broadband, it was the Department of Technology, and it's something very similar. For the federal funds, that's going to be running through HUD, and that's a whole nother set of work to do directly with that agency in coordination with city staff and what have you.
Thank you.
Can I just clarify? You were saying that this was already going to go through. The staff, we made a request of things that we needed initially in the beginning, right? I mean, what our needs were. For instance,
Correct.
Gardena Boulevard, Wi-Fi,
Rosecrans.
revitalization of the pool. Okay, so that's where it initially started. That's what I was just trying to get clarification on.
That's when working with staff, I said, all right, what
City
projects do we
staff.
have? Yeah, exactly, sorry.
Okay.
Working with city staff, what are our projects?
Okay.
And let's keep in mind what some of our needs are, capital, how quickly we can work on the projects, and that's when we brainstorm those 3 projects.
Okay, got it. Okay, sounds good. Any other questions or comments? No? All right. Well, thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you all. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, next up, we have proclamations. First one here is Unite Against Hate Week here, and it reads as follows. Whereas the United States is a nation of immigrants whose strength comes from diversity, whereas the Constitution enshrines equality on all individuals regardless of race, gender, orientation, religion, or political views, and whereas there is an ongoing escalation of hate speech that encourages the propaganda of racist, xenophobic, anti-Semitic, sexist, homophobic, Islamophobic, and other prejudices viewed by emboldened hate groups and individuals. And whereas deep divisions within our country are a result of extreme ideology, further strengthening a cycle of mistrust and suspicion fueled by fear, anxiety, and insecurity. The number of hate crimes across the United States has increased dramatically over the past 6 years. And whereas the City of Gardena is dedicated to preventing and opposing hate and intolerance to our communities, and support the LA versus Hate Unite Against Hate Week 2022, and city's activities to stop hate, intolerance, and bullying against each other and promote safe and inclusive and equitable neighborhoods. And whereas education, compassion, and cooperation are key to unlocking understanding and embracing differences between people. And whereas we seek to join the communities in California and cities across the county in this 3rd annual LA versus Hate United Against Hate Week as an important step in bridging division and strengthening our communities. So at this time, I proclaim November 13th through the 19th to be LA versus Hate Week, United Against Hate Week, and encourage all citizens of Gardena to enthusiastically support LA versus Hate, United Against Hate Week activities in our country, not only this week, but every other day and beyond. We also have a proclamation for 2022 Small Business Saturday, which is November 26, 2022. The City of Gardena has always celebrated and supported our local small businesses and acknowledges the contributions they make to our local economy and community. According to the U.S. Small Business Administration, there are 33.2 million small businesses in the United States, which represents 99.9% of businesses with paid employees, and they are responsible for 65.1% of new jobs created from 2000 to 2019. Reports show that U.S. consumers agree that small businesses contribute positively by supplying jobs and generating tax revenue. And consumers also agree that small businesses are critical to the overall economic health of the United States. The City of Gardena acknowledges that our local businesses create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our neighborhoods. Small Business Saturday has become an important part of small businesses' busiest shopping season of the year. This year, we know that small businesses need our support now more than ever as they navigate from the effects of the coronavirus pandemic. There are advocacy groups, including Women Impacting Public Policy, also known as WIP, as well as other public and private organizations across the country, who annually endorse the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. In support of this annual observance, the City of Gardena is hereby pleased to proclaim Saturday, November 26 as 2022 Small Business Saturday, and urge Gardena citizens as well as citizens in the community across the nation to support their local small businesses and merchants, not only on Small Business Saturday, but throughout the entire year. And with that, next up we have appointments.
Mayor Serta, may I
I'm
please
sorry.
interrupt just a moment?
Sure.
So Pascali
Oh,
Cardoza
I'm
is
sorry.
here.
That's right. Thank you. Please come forward, Pascali Cardoza, and this is in regards to the United Against Hate Week. I'm so sorry. Please, you have the mic now. If you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Pascal Cardozo, and I'm here to represent LA versus Hate. I've been working on this program along with the Human Relations Commission for over 2 years. The Human Relations Commission is committed to, it's one of the oldest civil rights agencies, and it's devoted to protecting human relations in our richly diverse and multicultural county. The LA versus Hate campaign inspires people to stand up to hate and to report any hate that they are victims to or are witnesses to at 211 LA. The campaign helps victims and witnesses receive support and any kind of services that they need through 211's trained professionals. For the third year, as you mentioned, LA versus Hate is hosting United Against Hate Week next week from November 13th through 19th. The goal of this week is to promote respect and inclusion for everybody. We ask community members of Carson to get involved and promote LA versus Hate United Against Hate Week by being part of local events and also promoting everything that's happening online. Carson City residents can get more information, resources, and toolkits at laversushate.org/United Against Hate Week. We thank the City of Carson for participating in United Against Hate Week and for celebrating this with us.
Ms.
And
Pascali, you are in the city of Gardena.
Oh my God.
That's okay. They're next door.
So sorry.
It's okay. They're next door.
I am so sorry. We thank the City of Gardena. So sorry.
It's a long day.
We've been to many different cities. Thank God there are many cities that are promoting United Against Hate Week, so I am sorry. We want to thank the City of Gardena in joining and participating in United Against Hate Week and joining us in solidarity during this time.
Okay. All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So next up, we have appointments tonight. Does any member of the council have any appointments to be made to any commissions, committees, councils, or boards?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
I'd like to appoint Gilbert Bernal Jr. To the Gardena Economic Business Advisory Commission.
Okay.
You've all had the opportunity to look at his application. He is a business owner in our city of Gardena. He owns Anna's Mexican restaurant there on Gardena Boulevard, which just happens to be there. And I think we had several conversations about Gardena Boulevard in particular, and what can be done to improve that particular boulevard. Now we have a little bit of spending money. He has a lot of good ideas, and I think he'll be a great asset to the Gardena Economic Business Advisory Commission.
Okay. Do we have any more appointments?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I do.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
would also like to make a Gardena Economic Business Advisory Commission appointment of Khaled Morita. Mr. Morita was a part of the Planning Commission, and being replaced, I was fortunate enough to be able to pick him up for this appointment. He has had nothing but positive reviews from the people that have worked with him on the Planning Commission. I know that once he gets involved, it's not just a position, he gets involved. When he was on the Planning Commission, he had already planned on getting involved and going to higher education for planning commissioners and how to do the job better. And I'm sure that with the Economic Business Advisory, he's going to delve into this as well as he did for the Planning Commission. So it gives me great pleasure to appoint him.
Okay. Are there any more appointments tonight? If not, can I make a motion to appoint Gilbert Bernal Jr. To the Gardena Economic Business Advisory Commission, as well as Khalid Morita also to the Gardena Economic Business Advisory Commission?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Francis and a second by Councilmember Love. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Francis,
Yes.
Councilmember Love, Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, congratulations to both of you guys. If either of you are here, if you'd like to come forward and say a few words, if you'd like to, you're welcome to. And also, just so the audience knows, they know that they will be sworn in at a later date. So, okay, go ahead. You have the mic.
Thank you for the kind words, Councilmember Tanaka. Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and the council member. I just wanted to say thank you for this opportunity. I'm eager to learn, I'm ready to work, and I'm just excited overall. So thank you.
All right, thank you. And is Mr. Bernal here tonight?
No, he's not here tonight. He's feeling a bit under the weather.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, congratulations to both of you guys. Okay, so next we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on any consent calendar items?
No, Madam Mayor, we don't.
Okay. Does any member of the council wish to discuss any items separately?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Okay, which item?
Item 8F.
Okay. Any other items? Anybody? Same thing? Okay. Okay, if there are no other items to be discussed separately, can I get a motion to approve everything under consent calendar with the exception of item number 8F?
So moved.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Francis and a second by Love. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Francis,
Yes.
Councilmember Love,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay. So now items excluded under consent calendar, item number 8F. The question?
Okay, so as I understand it, this is just to extend an existing agreement or project with project partners, and they're acting as a supplement or staff augmentation to the public works staff, is it, or temporary engineering? I'm not quite sure. I didn't.
Mayor Pro Tem, so if I could address this real quick. So this item actually has been before you previously, but at that time we didn't have the exact dollar amount that we were gonna extend it to, 18 months. So we went before you, got the 18-month option extension, but we didn't have the dollar amount. So we're bringing it back to you now, and that is $115,000 for the next 12 months. The reason being is that this is staff augmentation for engineering. Typically, as the staff report details, we would typically have about $5 to $7 million in projects every year. For this past year, we have 35 CIP projects totaling over $40 million. This includes the aquatic center, the Chase Bank, et cetera, et cetera. So we're just flooded with all of these projects because of all these monies that we're getting. So we need to bridge staffing for the time being. We're not going to need, we don't anticipate this is long-term as far as all of these big projects that we're doing. So we just need to bridge it until we can complete these projects. Eventually, we'll go back down to the $5 to $7 million a year, and so we wouldn't really need to hire permanent folks only to lay them off later on. We don't. That's not our, that's not what we do. Well, we just need extra manpower right now just to keep us going on all these projects that we're having.
And they have performed satisfactory, or?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so this is for a one-year contract with an extension? Was
Yes, correct.
18 months?
Yes, it's the first 12 and then the 18 months.
Okay. And with the option to extend after that if needed? Is that how it's going to, was that written into the agreement?
This is the 18 months.
Oh, this is it?
Correct.
Oh, okay. And so 160,000, that's where we are, and, all right then. I was just a little concerned. I read their proposal, and they're interesting setup here. Is this the one with the retired folks, or no? That's the other project?
I don't believe he is. I'm not sure if he's retired.
No, he's not, but the staff, is it this one? I'm confusing with another one's further down, further in the agenda.
No, it's
I might
probably
be.
not it.
All right. All right.
But
thank
this is a very good thing. It means that we've got very, very healthy CIP projects today. We don't anticipate, like I said, we don't anticipate this to be ongoing. $40 million. We would like to, but at this point we have a lot of projects going on, and so we just need to bridge it until we can complete these projects.
And how will we update it? How will we know how it's going? Will we get regular updates or?
Public
Very
Works
online?
Public Works gives us an update.
All right.
Yeah, correct.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You had a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. City Manager, along those lines, as far as payment goes, are there payments tied to hitting certain milestones for certain projects, or just in total working on all $40 million worth of projects? So how do we gauge the level of completion in regards to aquatic centers complete, Rosecrans Community Centers complete? How are we going to gauge that payment?
So it's just a project-based. It charges a rate of X dollars amount, and then for a project. So it's not predicated upon the bigger the projects, the more they get paid.
But the goal is that they will help us complete in conjunction with staff all these projects that we have in the hopper.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Any more questions or comments? Okay. If not, can I get a motion to approve item number 8F?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, there's a motion made by Francis and a second by Henderson. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Francis,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Love,
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is Planning and Environmental Quality Commission action sheet. We have one item, which is the from the November 1st, 2022 meeting, which is an extension request for tentative parcel map number 82410. So at this time, does any member wish to call for review? Okay, if not, we'll just go ahead and receive and file. Next up is oral communications, and I have two. Do we have any more?
No, that's all we have under
Okay.
oral communications.
Okay, so we have two speakers tonight. The first one is Andrea Simental, and the second is Tracy Sarawatari. And you guys can please come forward. Just want to remind all of our speakers that you do have 3 minutes to speak. And excuse me, when the yellow light comes on, that lets you know that your 2 minutes are up. And when the red light comes on, that lets you know that your 3 minutes are up. We ask that you stop at that time. So you can go ahead and come to the front now.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, my name is Andrea Simental, and I am the manager at Misao W. Sato Library, and I'm here representing both Sato Library and the Gardena Mamie Deer Library. There are several upcoming in-person programs at the Gardena Mamie Deer Library. For children, we have a picture book story program on Wednesday, November 16th from 3 to 4 p.m. for ages 5 to 12. And in celebration of National Picture Book Month, children will learn the different components to make a story and create their own picture book story. For teens, there is a Rolled Candle for Teens program on Thursday, November 17th from 4 to 5. Teens can learn about the process of candle making and create their own candle. For adults, there is a Native American Heritage Month program, and that will take place on Wednesday, November 16th from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. That's for adults 18 and up. And at Misao W. Sato Library, we still have available rapid COVID-19 tests available while supplies last. Computers are available for the community's information needs. We have 12 adult public computers, 8 youth computers, and 20 Chromebooks that can be used inside the library. We also have hotspot Chromebook kits that can be checked out with your library card. And we have free Wi-Fi throughout the building. We also offer 10 free pages of printing per day. And additionally, teens can pick up a kit for weaving your own bookmark, and adults can pick up a kit for Native American Heritage Month. Both available at our customer service desk while supplies last. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Tracy Sarwatari.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Tracy Sadawatari. I'm here to provide an update on the recent prescription drug take-back event that happened on October 29th. It was a pretty successful event. We were able to collect about 170 pounds of unused and expired medication. This includes the collection that came from the permanent drop box that's outside in front of the police department. For those residents that don't know, there is a permanent drop box there. So if you can't make it on one of the 2 days of the year that the National Prescription Drug Take Back Day happens at the end of October and the end of April, you could always come down in front of the police department, drop those items off. Also, local pharmacies can also take those items. It's really important that residents take part in this to keep our environment safe, to keep our kids safe, keep the drugs out of their hands. So I thank the residents of Gardena for participating and helping Gardena be a safe environment. I do also have a second, since I still have a little bit more time, I have a second item that I wanted to bring up. This Thursday, November 10th, there is going to be a Passport to Wellness event at Gardena High School. And this event is focused on, it's a family event, educating families on substance abuse, mental health, and we're also providing community resources as well. There is going to be some interactive educational things happening. We're going to be talking about fentanyl, which is really a hot ticket item right now. A lot of families want to get informed about what's going on with that. So if you are a resident and you have kids, you're concerned about that, come out to the event. You'll learn a lot about that. There's going to be raffle prizes, food, fun. It's going to be a fun, really interactive way for parents and families of Gardena schools to come out. It's not just for the Gardena High School students. It's for all families and residents in Gardena. So that, again, that's this Thursday the 10th from 5 to 6:30 at Gardena High School. It will be in the basketball gym.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up is departmental items, item number 12A, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council. Agenda item 12A is to approve the health benefits third-party administrator or TPA professional services agreements with Pinnacle Claims Management, Inc. for $498,571 and Right Way Healthcare, Inc. for $63,999. The city self-insures its health insurance, dental, and vision contracts with the TPA to administer claims for its benefits program. The TPA model provides the city with the flexibility to maintain its benefit offering without the plan design constraints that exist with fully insured insurance contracts. In addition, the self-funded nature of the plans saves the city money by removing insurance carrier profit margins from the equation. The city's broker, Alliant Insurance Services Incorporated, issued a request for proposal for all TPA managing self-insured health benefit administration and care navigation coordinators in the Anthem Medical Network, and it received 6 responses for the health benefit administrator and 3 qualified responses for the care navigation coordinator. The city and its broker did a comprehensive review of each of these proposals and invited the top 3 candidates managing self-insured plans, namely Lucent Tech, Trustmark, and Pinnacle Claims Management Incorporated, as well as the 3 candidates who submitted proposals for care navigation coordinator, which are Accolade, Quantum, and Rightway Healthcare Incorporated, to participate in a panel interview with city staff and our broker. The city considered various factors in making a final selection. Therefore, staff recommends Pinnacle Claims Management, Inc. and Rightway Healthcare, Inc. as the best qualified candidates to meet the city's needs and administer a self-insured health benefits plan. Pinnacle Claims Management, or PCMI, is an all-inclusive third-party administrator that provides the full suite of comprehensive health benefits administration to self-funded employers in all industries with over 60 years of experience in the health benefits industry. Rightway Healthcare, Inc. provides clinical navigation to help members and their families navigate their health and healthcare system via an intuitive app, web platform, and dedicated phone line. PCMI and Rightway Healthcare, Inc. will replace the city's current TPA, which is Health Now Administrative Services, or HNAS, whose contract expires on January 31st, 2023, and has been the city's TPA for just 1 year. City's experience with HNAS has been unsatisfactory. There have been numerous employee member complaints ranging from delay in claims being paid, incorrect information provided by customer service, long call times, to issues with delivery of ID cards. In addition, by making this move, the city will save an estimated $35,241 over a 3-year period, or an average of $11,747 per year, compared to the contract the city had with HNAS. The Health Benefits Committee reviewed and approved these recommendations during the Health Benefit Committee meeting on October 27, 2022. Financial impact is $562,570 over the 4-year period from fiscal year 2022-2023 through 2025-2026. All funding will be from the Health Benefits Fund. What is required tonight is to authorize and execute professional services agreement with Pinnacle Claims Management and Rightway Healthcare Incorporated.
Okay, thank you. Does any member of the council, I'm sorry, Madam City Clerk, does anybody from the public wish to speak on this item?
Not on this item.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments on this item?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I understand about Pinnacle, but I was just a little confused about Rightway. What's a care navigator, and isn't that already included with your healthcare provider?
So I'd like to invite Director Beeman and our broker to come up and explain a little bit. But basically, care management is basically concierge service. And, they've got. Do we have a presentation?
Are they like gatekeepers or?
No, they're. It makes your experience a little bit more easier when you're navigating through your doctors, pharmacies, etc.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. We have here today Tom Quirk, our broker with Alliant. We also have Pinnacle here, and we have Rightway. So I'll let them describe what they do so they can give you a better understanding of what a care coordinator is and then what the TPA is for the health administration. So I will let Rightway come up, and I'll let Tom explain that as well.
Hi, everybody. Tom Quirk. To answer your question, Mayor Pro Tem, considering the poor service experience that the city experienced with Health Now Administrative Services, we wanted to, when we went through this process to identify potential TPAs to replace Health Now, we also wanted to explore the idea of care coordination, care navigation services, which are something that traditionally has been upmarket. Large national account companies have used these sorts of services to create a better service experience for employees, to help them navigate the healthcare system, and to help to point them to programs that may be offered through an insurance program. We wanted to explore that as part of our process. Now, when we went through the finalist interviews with the 3 care coordinators, the HR team was really interested in the idea of a care coordinator, especially considering the service experience that we had just experienced with Health Now. So the decision was made through the finalist interviews to move forward with the care coordinator, especially since there was savings involved with the care coordination component that we were adding to the program, as opposed to the concierge, in air quotes, that Health Now provided under the current program. So I'm going to let Kelly speak a little bit about Right Way as an organization and really what it would mean to membership, and then we can go from there.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kelly Liebman. I'm with Right Way Healthcare. So think about Right Way. The healthcare system is extremely complex today. People don't really know where to go, when to go, how much it should cost, what to do. So think of Right Way as a dedicated, I hate to use the word concierge, but it truly is kind of a dedicated resource that you and all your family members will have via an intuitive app, via a cell phone, via a web portal, via a pick up the phone and old-fashioned make a phone call. And this person, this resource on the other end, Right Way, is there to answer every question under the sun about healthcare. So who's the best knee doctor? What does this bill mean? What is my benefit around vision? How often should I be getting, I just fell down, what should I do? Truly anything from the healthcare world, so that people aren't lost and inefficiently using healthcare. So it's both an advantage to experience and, making sure that folks are getting to the right place at the right time. And also there's, as Tom mentioned, a cost savings that goes hand in hand when you get people using healthcare correctly. Any questions on that?
Go ahead.
Walk me through a scenario. So let's say I'm not feeling well, or I want to change doctors. So I call you and I say, hey, I'm not feeling well, I need a physical exam or whatever. I want to change doctors. What do? You say, and you have a network of doctors, or is it, because with my health care, as long as I go within the network doctors, I'm okay?
Mm-hmm.
So how does this work? Because I'm still kind of, I don't see, I guess why?
Yeah, that's
If
a great
you don't
question.
mind me asking that question, why?
No, that's a great question. So our goal is to make sure that when you are going, consumers don't always know who's the best, which is the most appropriate. If I've got low back pain and I call and say, I need an orthopedic surgeon, well, I might not actually need an orthopedic surgeon. I might need a physiatrist or a rheumatologist or a physical therapist, a variety of other types of providers. So our goal is to work with you to understand, okay, you need a new doctor. Well, let me ask you, do you want a specific language spoken? Do you want a male or a female? Do you want somewhere, are you traveling and would you like to see someone in Palm Springs because you're away for the weekend versus at home? So we're going to ask kind of, what are you looking for? And then what we do is we work with Pinnacle and we'll understand what your network is, and then we look for the best within that. So we have our own quality rating systems, lowest cost. We're making sure that we're, getting you in network, lowest cost. So we're really just removing you trying to have to navigate on your own to try to get to the best resource, via our clinical navigation and kind of quality system. Does that answer?
Can you talk a little bit about the Right Way structure, the pod structure,
Mhm.
as opposed
Yep.
to the typical customer service structure you might
Yeah,
might
good
encounter?
point. Great point. So the way that it works is obviously you'll be able to connect with us on whatever mode of communication you'd like to connect with us. When you are connecting with us, you are sitting with a dedicated team of people, about 5 to 7 people that are specialists in that area. So if you call in and you say, I don't know what's going on, I think I have COVID, I've got a sneeze, I've got this, we have a clinician, we have an actual nurse or a doctor that's dedicated to the city of Gardena that's going to know, okay, Mayor Pro Tem, I recognize, your name. We've talked before. I know what your history is. Let's talk through this. So there isn't a 1-800 call center environment. These people get to know you. You'll get to know them. Same thing for a billing specialist. Hey, I got this bill. I don't understand why it's $2,000. I thought it was in network. What do I do? And you're still talking to Maria, the same person that you've spoken to for the past 6 months for other bills. So it's a dedicated system where the goal is that we build a relationship of trust, and you don't find yourself wasting time on hold, repeating your story, the history, and it's made up of specialists sitting in whatever area that you're reaching out to us for.
So is there a network of doctors that you work with, or hospitals, or, because in my healthcare, we have a network of doctors, and so I go to doctor referrals. I'm looking for something specific. I just, either on my internet or I make a call, and doctor's referral, and they'll say, well, here, or actually my doctor will refer me to whatever specialist I may need, so I don't have to really, unless I don't, something goes wrong. But other than that, even with my vision, with my vision program, I go to, say, Lens Crafters, and they make the call for me. You qualify for this, or you have this, you're here 2 years ago, or you're up for upgrade or whatever. So I don't really, I guess I'm just trying to figure out, are you gatekeepers, or, how do you really perform? I'm just a little lost.
Yeah, so it sounds like, honestly, you have some great experiences that a lot of other people may not even have.
Not
So if
totally,
you
but
do
I
it
have
that
problems,
way,
but this is
you
it.
can continue to do it that way. We are not a gatekeeper. We're not keeping people out.
And the only point I would make to the city manager's staff report. So, from a benefits perspective, nothing's changing. From a network perspective, nothing is changing. So when we went to market, we bid with every single TPA that had access to the Anthem network of providers that the city's employees use today. Okay, so your network of providers is going to remain the same. So all those Anthem doctors that are currently utilized by city employees. This is just an added additional resource that we wanted to add on top from a customer service perspective for the city's employees, that their experience is going to be enhanced from a customer service perspective. Okay, so think about the way you access the healthcare system isn't going to change. You're going to use your same doctor. Your doctor's going to give you referrals if the doctor has a specialist that they want to refer to. But when you call the customer service number on your ID card, like you would if there's a billing issue or something, you're going to get a Right Way person instead of, you would have had a Health Now person prior, who was kind of in a call tree, who was in a customer service framework. This is an enhanced version of customer service with a pod of clinicians and billing specialists and all the sorts of stuff from soup to nuts that your city employees may encounter when they're trying to access the healthcare system. We just wanted to have an extra layer of protection for your employees.
Yeah, and based on the experience we just went through, we wanted to address that issue. We had the staff complaints and all the issues we had, so we wanted to add this extra service here, saving $30,000 with this going to this contract, saving $30,000 from what we would have paid under the past contract, so we can get that better level of customer service for our employees. We wanted to hear what they were saying and just get that better level of service. So we'll have Pinnacle and Right Way. So Right Way focuses on that customer service aspect.
Yeah, just one more question. So with Right Way is $63,999, and you're saving $11,000 a year?
Yeah, so Right Way, we were able to get almost a 50% discount from what they would normally charge because of Alliant and their broker fee. So they're charging us $21,000 a year, where normally they charge us $40,000 to $45,000 a year if we weren't able to use Alliant's brokerage service and their spending power. And we're saving currently we're paying H&AS, their Care Navigator, I want to say it's around $30,000 a year. That's where the saving comes. $36,000, almost $40,000 a year to not provide any kind of customer service.
Do you have any additional questions?
Thank you.
Anybody else, any additional questions? Go ahead.
You said that your company has a dedicated doctor specifically for Gardena.
So it's usually a nurse. It varies. We have doctors on staff as well, but typically it would be a nurse practitioner or an
Now-
RN. Yep.
Now, this person I know they're dedicated to Gardena, but how many other cities are they dedicated to?
It varies. So it's not all cities. We work with all types of walks of life as far as clients. We work with hedge funds and law firms, plumbers and pipe fitters, a lot of municipalities, multiple cities, of course. So it just depends on the type and size of the company. For the clinician, you can imagine that that person is usually dedicated to about 2,000 to 4,000 members, people. So if you've got one employer that has 4,000 members, it might just be that one employer. In this instance, you'll share this clinician with a couple other, and it's just on bandwidth. So a lot of what we do in the beginning with your team is learning what are the city employees' needs, how often will they use this, do we need to staff this up more, or does our kind of standard model work? So it's a learning process.
So short answer is this person is dedicated to Gardena, but this person also has several other cities that they're also dedicated to.
Correct.
Okay. I guess the next question is to our city manager. How long has the city had a contract with the previous Health Now?
1 year.
1 year.
Prior to that, we had Tribal, ABS Tribal, which, to say the least, it was very, very substandard service.
So the last two companies have been less than
Well,
standard.
the experience with HNAS, it's very limited. We picked that up right away that this is not the team for us.
Okay.
We were coming from a substandard company that's providing, TP healthcare provider, and then being replaced with something like this is just not acceptable. That's why I asked the team to really look into this and give us a better option.
Thank you. Do we know how many other cities, local cities, that are self-insured?
Not at the top of my head, I couldn't tell you that right now.
Has the city considered checking into other options besides being self-insured? I mean, for the city to only have two options for health insurance, be it either the city's insurance or Kaiser, I think it's kind of limited. And I'm just interested as to how many employees would consider a different health option besides either taking the city's insurance. Because when I found out that the city was self-insured, I have a sister that did insurance for 30 years for UCLA, and when I told her, she was like, no, they have to have insurance company. I was like, no, they're self-insured. She was like, what? I was like, yeah, the city of Gardena is still self-insured. So I'm just wondering if self-insured, only giving the employees or staff the two options of either using the city's insurance or Kaiser, which you either love Kaiser or hate Kaiser, is the best route for the city.
So in the insurance world, you typically you would only have two options if you're pre-Medicare, right? So you have the HMO option, which is Kaiser provides that for you, which, you have a primary doctor, and then if you need referrals, then they'll give you the referrals. And then if you have more options, you want more options, then you go with a PPO plan, which is what the city of Gardena exactly has, which is a PPO plan. Now, we've had this plan, the self-insured plan, for a number of years, decades. And the reason why we haven't changed and the reason why we haven't considered changing is that the plan works. The plan is very healthy. Had we gone to something like CalPERS, you could have what's called a Cadillac plan, which could drain the health fund considerably, millions of dollars. So yes, the city does self-insure the plans, but you have a plethora of doctors. You have your choice of the doctors that you want to go to because it is a PPO. You have the choice which doctor you want to go to. We're not limiting you that. We're just administering that, and we're covering the cost of the plan.
And I understand that the city offers a PPO plan, and PPO plans are really great plans to have, especially if you have certain health issues. I guess my only concern is there another option besides, or is there a way that you can add more than just Kaiser where you have Anthem, Blue Cross, Blue Shield, you have all of the other healthcare providers that allow those PPO plans and HMO plans, and also allow you to use different doctors versus the Kaiser plan, and you have to be in the Kaiser umbrella. So I was just a little concerned about that, because when I onboarded, I couldn't believe that those were the only two options, was either go to the doctor, submit your bills, go through the city, or choose Kaiser.
Well, like I stated before, we haven't explored that because the plan works. Nobody has actually,
So the employee's okay?
employees more than okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm
We
sorry?
actually get the most complaints, if any, from retirees. Councilman Tanaka made a good point, and other than the experience we had with Health Now, that was pretty much the extent of the complaints that we've had. I mean, a lot of people have had the bad experience with that, and that's why we're changing. But as far as the current providers, we haven't heard much. You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments?
Just one more.
Go ahead.
Just so I'm clear.
Go ahead.
So, Right Way, as a care navigator, has a service that Pinnacle does not have? You don't have a care navigator as a part of Pinnacle, or? I'm just trying to figure out,
The healthcare system is complex.
Well, not really.
Everybody, Steve Mangafit from Pinnacle. We actually contract with Right Way as well. So in this arrangement, Right Way would be contracting directly with the city on some of the other plans that we administer. We use Right Way as a sub for care navigation. So Pinnacle provides customer service in a traditional context for clients that do not buy the care navigation concierge services. So it's people answering the phone, telling them what their benefits are, how to find a provider, that kind of thing. But we have not invested the millions of dollars in the technology and the infrastructure for doing this technology concierge play like Right Way does.
So you don't have a care navigator as a part of your service? Right Way, so.
Would be
okay,
Right Way.
So you're like subletting with subcontracting Right Way, and then why are we paying for it?
That's right, but we're getting a better deal because we're going through Alliance, so we're getting a better price to use Right Way, not going to Pinnacle, but through Alliance, so we're saving 50% probably.
So by not directly going through Pinnacle and
We're going
hiring-
directly to Right Way
going
because of
directly
Alliance.
Right Way,
To save money.
You're gonna save money.
Yes, because of Alliance brokerage and their power, yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, think of it as an a la carte service. You have one sector doing one thing that they're very, very good at, and then they're not trying to dabble into something that they're not good at. And so they're outsourcing that. Health Now did that. I mean, they have their care navigator within their system, and they weren't very good at that.
And this benefit doesn't cost staff any extra money. They don't have to pay.
We're actually saving by doing this model, by separating the two and making it an a la carte, if you will, model.
So, I mean, it wouldn't be additional cost on, I don't know how your health benefits break out, but, there won't be an employee contribution to it.
No,
You know,
this is
employees don't have to do anything, it's just something.
no. We are not charging the employees 1 cent for this. They won't even feel it. What they will notice is the change of access to better information, resources, et cetera. But the health fund is paying for this.
And how long is this contract for, this agreement?
3 years. 3 years.
2026.
3 years.
Okay, any other questions or comments? If not, can I get a motion to authorize? I'm sorry, who had a question?
No,
Oh.
I'm just going to turn off.
Okay. Can I get a motion to authorize and execute professional services agreement with Pinnacle Claims Management Incorporated and authorize and execute professional services agreement with Right Way Healthcare Incorporated?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Tanaka and a second by Henderson. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Francis.
Yes.
Councilmember Love.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes, okay. Next up is item number 13A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 13A is a public hearing for resolution number 6609, resolution of the City of Gardena, California authorizing the application and adopting the PLHA plan for the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program. In September 2017, the California Legislature approved Senate Bill 2, known as Building Homes and Jobs Act, which established a $75 recording fee on real estate documents to increase the supply of affordable housing. The act establishes the Permanent Local Housing Allocation, or PLHA, program administered by the California Department of Housing and Community Development. PLHA provides a permanent source of funding to cities and counties to help meet the unmet need for affordable housing and increase the supply of affordable housing units. Under PLHA, the city is eligible to receive $1,979,262 over the 5-year funding period. According to HCD, the city is currently eligible for $1,406,855, which is the portion of the city's total allocation for the first 3 funding periods. There is no financial impact. What is required is the City Council open a public hearing, receive comments from the public, and authorize staff to file an application and adopting the PLHA plan for the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program.
Okay, so this is a public hearing. Hearing is now open. We don't have a presentation by anybody, correct? Okay. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this?
No, Madam Mayor, we do not.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions regarding this here?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
So this is a permanent local housing allocation program. How does this fit into our housing element?
Who's just applying for the grant?
They're just applying for the grant. It doesn't have
Go
to do
ahead.
with the housing element.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. Good evening. I'm Amanda Acuna, the senior planner, worked on the application for the PLHA grant. To answer your question, Mayor Pro Tem, the grant or the allocation is specifically designed to, like the city manager noted, for permanent local housing for affordable units. So it does fall in line with our programs that were established in the recently adopted housing element.
I know, so when you speak of affordable housing, how do you identify what are the guidelines in terms of income or all that units or?
So the application for the allocation identifies the income levels that are required for the programs. It's specific for 60% of the average median income for the county, and it does allow for up to 120% of the average median income as well. But it's determined by the state's housing and community development department on their levels of affordability. But it's specifically for very low, and moderate income households.
Is there anything in this for, say, helping homeowners keep their retention or homeless? Anything to do with homeless? Our homeless strategic plan, does it have anything to do with this, or is there?
Yes, so an eligible activity under the grant was for funds dedicated towards those experienced or at risk of homelessness. So a portion of the fund has been identified in the city's plan to be dedicated towards services that currently operate within the city's Human Services Department.
Is there anything in there for rehab or keeping people from becoming homeless, anything like that? Or?
Well, a portion of the funds will be identified for programs that can come out from the Human Services Department to identify for programs, yes, to to prevent somebody from experience homelessness.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. If not, we're going to go ahead and close the hearing at this time. Okay, and at this time, just make a motion to authorize the staff to file the application to adopt the PLHA plan for permanent local housing allocation
So
program.
moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Francis and a second by Henderson. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Francis,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Love. Yes. Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is item number 13B. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 13B is short-term rentals for lodging in the city of Gardena. Since August 2022, Council has held several meetings to discuss various policy options for short-term rentals or STRs within the city. During this time, the city acquired the services of Deckard Technologies Rentalscape to provide important information regarding STRs that currently exist in the city. On September 27, 2022, staff presented preliminary data on the number of properties with current listings on various online platforms. However, staff had noted that the analysis of the identified listings were still being conducted. At this time, the analysis has been completed, and the data collected by Rentalscape was provided in the staff report. There is no financial impact. What is required tonight is for City Council to provide staff direction to draft an ordinance for the short-term rentals.
Okay, so Greg is going to come forward with a brief little presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Tonight's item is a discussion on short-term rentals in the city. The council has discussed this previously at previous council meetings. One of the directions was that it would like to wait to discuss this further until the data was completely collected from the consultant known as Rentalscape. So at this time, staff received all the data, and tonight we'll go ahead and start off with presenting that data to everyone tonight. So the first slide is summarizes some listings for the past 12 months. For the past 12 months, there's been 74 properties in Gardena that have had a listing. And so again, this is within the last 12 months. So if you were to ask, well, how many are up there right now? That would be about 54 if you were to go up onto the websites at this moment. The types of properties that are being short-term rental, the majority are single-family homes. However, they're non-owner occupied, meaning the owner of the unit doesn't actually reside, isn't currently living at the site. The rental types, majority of them are whole units. And when we say whole units, we talk about, it could be an entire single-family residential home. It could be the second unit of a duplex. That would be considered a whole unit, the whole second unit. It could be an apartment of a multi-unit apartment complex. That would be considered one whole unit within that complex. So when we talk about whole units, there's a variety of examples that could fit into this. So there's 37 of those. The next amount is 26, and those are rooms within units. So it could be a residential home that just short-term rentals one of their bedrooms, or 2 or 3 of their bedrooms. But they're being short-term rentaled individual bedrooms, not as a whole unit. So if there are multiple bedrooms, they'd usually share the kitchen facility or perhaps a restroom or living room area. But they're rooms within a unit. And then you have accessory dwelling units, and Rentalscape was able to identify 11 of those. I'm sure we're all familiar with accessory dwelling units. Those were something that were mandated by the state to address the shortage of affordable housing. And so sometimes they were known as granny flats back in the days and a variety of other ways, but today they're known as ADUs. The next item is the average rate that short-term rentals are being, rented for. And it's important to note that this is the average because a whole single-family residential unit could be rented, anywhere from a couple $100s to $300 a night. Whereas a bedroom, it could be as low as $60 to $75 or maybe $125 a unit. So this is just an average taken in combination altogether. So on average, it's about $132 a night. Parking, now this is just what's listed on the site. Remember, the data that we're presenting is what Reynoldscape is grabbing from the advertisement. So when we say on-site parking, the person who is short-term renting is saying that there's available on-site parking at the site. Staff doesn't go out and verify that there is, this is what they're advertising. There are others advertise that there's street parking available. Maybe they're in a residential neighborhood and there's available public parking on the street, so they'll say something of the sort that street parking is available. Go to the next slide. This is the number of properties, again, in the past 12 months, but what is interesting about this is you see it trending upward. So in November, we saw about 51, 52 units. It's slowly inclined, and today we're seeing about 74 units. So there's been a upward tick, a slow, steady increase in units or properties that are being advertised for short-term rentals. Again, this is the average daily rate. It's just broken down by months. We're not seeing much of a difference. It kind of goes a little bit higher during the summer, not by much, but I guess that's to be expected when people go on vacation. This is the estimated transit occupancy tax. So in the city of Gardena, we have an 11% TOT. If we were to actually charge this, Rentalscape is saying that over the last 12-month period, the city could have gained the revenues of about $147,000 over that past 12-month period. The rental size. So as you look at the four graphs that go across the screen, it correlates with the numbers at top. The large 52% is showing that studios and one-bedroom rentals are the highest. Those are what's most frequently advertised. Next, you would find the 3 bedrooms or 3 rooms. These are units that have 3 rooms. About 25% of those 74 are being advertised, and then we also have 2 rooms and 4 rooms. And so that just kind of shows you just the size that are being out there, short-term rental. At this time, I'm going to end the data that we collected from Rentalscape. And so are there any questions regarding the data from Rentalscape before I move on with the rest of the presentation?
Just a question. So Rentalscape, how do they collect their data? Because I just on my little Googling, I came a lot more sites than 74 in the past 12 months. So are they collecting from all, like Lodgify and Airbnb, or just, how are they collecting their data?
Yes, they're looking at different platforms. They have a proprietary way of grabbing their data. It's not, they could be one listing of the same property on multiple sites. So maybe you're seeing a person who's short-term rentaling their home, they're advertising the same home on different platforms. So if you were to say that, if you were to count those, each property could be counted 5 times, say. But in this instance, where they're collecting that data in their own way and portraying to us that, hey, this property is being short-term rental on multiple platforms, more than likely.
Thank you.
So do we know a closer number to how many units we have operating in Gardena, or we don't? We just going by what's been shown for the last 12 months?
So currently, if you were to go on the platforms, we're looking at 54 units. But this is over a 12-month period that we're seeing 74 units. So you saw in the previous graph a steady incline. So back in November, we started with 52. It's kind of inched its way up into the 74 range. But if we were to go add November, it would actually go back down because we're at 54 right now.
Your daily average rate, is that for one room, or is that for an entire house, or how's that?
It's just an average of every type of rental. So a whole unit, say a single-family house, a two-bedroom house with a bathroom, living room, whatnot, they could be renting that for maybe $200 a night. On the other hand, you'll have a similar house that only rents out a single room of that house, and the owner's occupying the other one, and they're renting out for maybe $100 a night. So on average, that would be about $100 a night. And so that's just an average of all the different types collectively together and not broken down by the types of units. Okay, if there's no other questions, I'll continue on. And so at the last meeting, there was direction.
We're going to allow the public at a later time to be able to speak, but not right now. We'll allow them to ask questions. You need to fill out a speaker card here. Make sure you fill that out, and you'll be able to. There'll be a time later on. We'll allow that. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And so at the last council meeting, there was interest in wanting to regulate short-term rentals. And so staff went ahead and listed some types of ways of regulating short-term rentals. And so these were also included in the staff report, but I'd just like to go through them briefly, and then at the end of this, allow the council to hear public comment. So one of the first ones we listed as a possible regulation is limiting the type of properties in the zones. You could have, allow single-family homes, you can allow duplexes, you can allow apartment complexes, or you can't, or you may not want to. However, those with ADUs or or you could say things as detailed as no homes with ADUs or SB9 units can be used for short-term rentals. You could say that home sharing is allowed. A room which is rented while the owner is on premise may be allowed or not allowed. But there's different ways that you could go ahead and limit the types of properties that you'd like to allow short-term rentals in. You could also do it by zones. The general plan identifies different zones in the city. You have R1, R2, R3, which are your residential zones for single-family or multifamily zones. We have different areas where you have commercial, retail, or mixed-use overlays, and so you could or not allow, could or could not allow short-term rentals in those types of zones. Another example would be legal non-conforming homes. Sometimes you have a home that's in a commercially zoned property. And maybe you'd say, no, that's not an area that we like to allow short-term rentals. So there's different ways that you can restrict the rentals of short-term rentals units by zones. Another way of regulating is to limit the number of total STRs in a city at any one time. So you could, for example, say that, hey, we don't want to allow more than 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, or 100 short-term rentals at one point in time. There's a different ways you'd have to allow that. Usually in another city I'd worked for, we issued business license, so we knew how many business license for short-term rentals we issue. And once we hit that cap, then that's how we knew we had the maximum number of short-term rentals being allowed per our ordinance. Another way of doing it is allowing home share only, where you would require that the homeowner be present on site. Usually they occupy one of the rooms and then the owner goes ahead and rents out one or two of the rooms. Another way of regulating is requiring that this be the person's primary residence, ensuring that that the resident, again, is there on site, likely renting out their bedrooms. And if you choose to allow or not allow that to be a person's primary residence as a criteria, some cities establish days that they actually have to have already lived there. So some cities say, well, you can short-term rental, but you need to have owned and occupied this resident for a certain amount of time period before allowing that. Another way is limiting the number of rental days allowed per year per applicant. So maybe instead of allowing it to be rented the entire 365 days a year, you want to say, well, we'll allow it, but you can only rent it for 180 days per year or whatnot. So there's ways of doing that also. Limiting the number of short-term rentals one person can have, even if it's a corporation. Some people own multiple residential units in the city. They may not live in the city, and they find it a way of short-term rentally multiple properties that they own within our boundaries. And so you can or regulate or not regulate whether or not you would allow that. Other things we've listed were limiting the number of people per bedroom. Sometimes you'll get complaints, or you might hear about people saying, hey, there's 5 people in this one bedroom. So some cities choose to limit the number of people per bedroom. You can require insurance coverage. If they're going to have this type of a business going on, then you can require them to provide adequate insurance. You can require them to have a minimum night stay. Some cities say you need to stay at least 3 days or 3 nights. Some just allow 1. But a short-term rental is often defined as less than 30 days. But you could establish a minimum. You can establish parking requirements. Other cities require on-site parking in order to have short-term rentals. You could require the short-term rentals to post contact information. Other cities require that they visibly post signs in case of any nuisance, that there's a number to be called by the neighbors, so that if something were to happen, the neighbors could easily get a hold of the owner. One other thing to think about is whether or not you would allow the subleasing of rental units. So for example, you rent an apartment and maybe you want to be gone for a month, and so while you're gone that month, you want to sublease the month you're absent on short-term rental. And so you're not the owner, you're actually renting it from somebody else, and then you sub-rent that out. And there's ways of regulating that also. One of the other cities I worked for, because they were worried about the various number of cars that may be parking, they required the short-term rental owner to keep a log of the vehicles and license plate numbers in a log on site that had to be made available to law enforcement if they were receiving complaints, so that they could identify these vehicles. So that was one other thing that another city does. There's a number of other ways of regulating, but those are some of the things that staff has come across. And at this time, staff would recommend that you take public comment.
Director Sutucci, can you please clarify what our ADU ordinance currently says with regards to this topic?
Yeah, currently the city's ADU ordinance does not allow the short-term renting of ADUs in our city. So actually, today, it's enforceable that no ADUs be short-term rental.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this,
Can I just ask some more questions?
go ahead.
Director, doesn't the state have a say as far as ADUs? Didn't the state have something, or am I wrong? We're requiring, the purpose that the state even allow ADUs was for a certain reason.
Councilmember Love, The state prohibits the short-term rentals of junior accessory dwelling units, and it leaves it up to the jurisdiction to decide what to do for accessory dwelling units. But it's common to, as Gardena has done, to ban short-term rentals in ADUs because you're exactly right. The whole reason the state every year gives us new regulations on what we can't do with ADUs is because the purpose of that is to encourage affordable housing and provide additional housing opportunities.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to public comments, and then I'll open it up to council members here. We do have a couple of speakers here. I'm going to start first with Jordan Mata. And then after that, we will have Maria Reitzman. Hope I pronounced that right. You can go ahead and begin speaking.
Good evening, City of Gardena council members, mayor. From the last couple of meetings, I've pretty much heard that you guys are moving to regulate. If it was up to Francis, you'd probably ban this. But I think there's, like I said last time, there should be a middle ground. And it would be nice if there's a middle ground. A lot of these regulations, if you guys were to act on them, it would be like going for the jugular. I don't know if some of you guys have stayed at Airbnbs. The idea of going to an Airbnb, if you're a family and you go stay at an Airbnb and there's somebody in there, that takes away the whole, feel of coming to a 3-bedroom home, but yet there's, Jordan the host is in there. That's going to be a killer. Nobody's going to want to stay there. The TOT, there's things that are, sensible. It does make sense, for the city, because the city has to make money. Airbnb has been operating with with the city not getting anything. I get it. Tax it, TOT, licensing, all that's fine. It just make it fair, because, like our 3-bedroom house, we're charging about $180 to $200 a night. When it's all said and done, we pay the mortgage, mortgage, the bills and everything. We're profiting maybe $1,200, $1,400. So a lot of these, saying that we have to have a minimum stay. I think Tanaka said it. He wants it like 7 days. The average people, when they stay, it's about 2 to 3 nights. So a lot of these regulations has to be fair for us. I'm willing to share my Airbnb app so you guys can see the numbers. We're not making $10,000 a year. Just middle ground. That's it, man. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, excuse me, is Maria Reitzman. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right.
That's all right.
Okay.
I'm not sure which light I'm looking at.
I'm sorry?
There is a mentioning of some light.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's the lights up here. When the yellow one comes on, that means
all right.
2 minutes
Thank
are
you
up
so
in the
much.
red.
You're
Okay.
fine. Okay. Thank you for affording us another opportunity to exercise and protect our rights. I'm Maria Reitzman, speaking about my real property that is affected by the proposed directives. I had submitted documents showing that extensive factual and legal incorrectness of the City Council actions, which were ignored in favor of pushing forward. Today's directive is motivated by proposed Ordinance 1844, wherein the City Council, before commencing investigation, alleged to have found, quotation, short-term rentals for lodging and other uses have deleterious impact and increasing noise traffic, creating parking problems, changing the character of residential neighborhood, and with the case of housing, creating an impact on housing supply, end of quote. Stated concerns leading to those findings was, quote, the desire to operate short-term rentals is expected to increase due to the proximity of Gardena to SoFi Stadium, end of quote. On April 13, 2021, the City Council adopted Ordinance 1825, which found, quote, Gardena is situated to be in a position to capitalize on demand for new hotel spaces due to its proximity to SoFi Stadium, end of quote, and found, quote, during the past year, developers have indicated that the city's development standards have been an impediment to the new hotel development, end of quote, which means the city is planning blaming us for the very thing that the city wants to bring into the city. The city was very concerned about the impact of STR as 0.8% of the volume of rental locations will have an affordable housing in the city. But on May 11, 2021, the City Council adopted Ordinance 1828. The zoning changes will allow the development of the high-density 265-unit first-class apartments project in the north end of the Gardena, which will provide new and needed housing opportunity in the city, end of quote. The mean income of the residents of Gardena is 60,000. Certainly, it's not for those people. Though official action, the only one impacting affordable housing, traffic, noise, and changing the character of our neighborhood is this council, so that you can capitalize on SoFi. The report states most are non-owner occupied to create a negative appearance. In truth, the report highlights that 62% are non-owner occupied and ignores the fact that all houses in the city of Gardena are 50% non-owner occupied, the long-term rentals. You persisting in seeking to remove short-term rentals when there has been a public outcry against this proposed action. Each time you state you will listen to us, then proceed as we said nothing at all. The company you hired is great at using computer to provide data. That data was presented entirely slanted in favor of the predetermined.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Okay, predetermined agenda to ban STR, which is understandable since they advertise themselves as destroyers of STR. The council hired a company that will work toward its agenda after knowing there was great resistance by the community. According to the Supreme Court Penn Central Transco 438 U.S. 104, page 12, the disingenuous claim by the council, quotation, frustrate distinct investment-backed expectation to us to amount to a taking, end of quote, under the taking clause of the Fifth Amendment. The Gardena City Council offered money to billboard owners when lifting the billboard ban to allow electronic billboards for taking clause violation. But now, same Gardena City Council is ignoring the same conduct when it comes to the STR homeowners. The city has put on express notice of the constitutional violation and was committing against its citizens and yet persists as if nothing was said at all. Your concern for the affordable housing is now expressed in being given $500,000 a year for 3 years by the state to patch up existing locations while putting forth great effort toward changing our city to accommodate for the rich and oppress the handful of citizens in favor of corporate greed. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Catherine Tsai.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, I am a short-term rental owner of a single-family home in Gardena. I'm renting out this home as a temporary measure to arrange for my parents to move closer to me from out of state. I've attended all previous meetings, and today I hope you'll make the best choices for your Gardena citizens. I wanted to meet you guys so you guys can put faces to our names and know that we are invested citizens of the city of Gardena and we are working toward a common goal. My motivations of a host, which I'm sure is not limited to me, are a chance to start a small business, design a space that I love, and maintain rights to use my property as I wish. Out of my months as a host, I've only had one complaint from a fellow neighbor, and even though I'm not on site, I was able to address it within 15 minutes because I love my neighbors. I believe it's the duty of the council to protect the rights of their citizens and support our economic and property right freedoms. Just to explain some guests that I've been staying, they're a different type of customer that we're addressing a current market need. That's why we even have bookings. My guests are families, wedding guests, brides, those seeking medical care for their child. There was a biking competitor group. If you continue to ban or highly regulate us, these economic opportunities will just pass on to other cities and will be detrimental to Gardena citizens. Taking a look at the rentalscape data with 54 units, as you can see, because of the recession, the number of units is already declining. It's only 0.3% of the housing. And with the current housing market, I don't believe that these numbers will continue to pop up. With such small numbers, is there even a need to regulate and harshly penalize people who want to start a small business? And also, I had a question because I saw that LA County has STR. They proposed some regulations that might start in the beginning of the year. How would that affect us as a city? That's just a general question. And if we were going to go that route, is what they've wanted, they've proposed. And that is all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Yasor Kachuter. I hope I'm pronouncing that name right.
More or less.
Okay. And then after that will be Vera Portina.
Hello, my name is Igor, and it was a very nice speech in the very beginning about the small business importance, and just remember that we are a small business, and our business is important as others. And please, take a look at these numbers. We're talking about, when we're talking about 4% units are 4-bedroom, we're talking about exactly 2 units in Gardena. And now we're discussing 2 units, 4 bedrooms, 3 units in a multifamily. So total number is 50 in 22,000 total units in Gardena. Does it make sense to discuss it? Maybe we'll do our small, legit business and we'll pay registration fee. And so, I mean, you expect 150,000 per year get the taxes. And you need new people to enforce new regulations. And you will pay them probably more than you'll collect. So who benefits of this ordinance? Only new guy who you hire to enforce this? I don't see any reason, but it's up to you guys. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Vera Portina. And then after Vera, it will be Selena Mendez.
Hello. Respected City Council, my name is Vera Povitina, and I want to speak the numbers. So my main occupation is I'm a budget analyst. So day and night, I'm counting money for the government. I work currently for the Tecolote Corporation. So, and before I was 5 years active duty military, and also I was doing budget analysis. And I keep going it for space programs. So it's just to show a piece of level of I'm pretty confident when I'm speaking of the numbers. So currently you're trying to regulate the reality, if we will consider that all the data provided to you by that company is fully truth. It's 2.5% of the whole housing units that we have, 0.25%. 0.25% of the units that you thinking impacting the market. So just think of it it's 0.25. And you just spend 2.5% of the projected tax collected to get the report from that company. Was it worth? So considering the numbers 147K that you plan to gain as 11% of the tax, that means that 100% of all the rentals collected by owners is $1.3 million a year. And divided by 54 units, it is about 25K per family that is getting this money. So it's about 2K a month. Are we talking about the millions? You trying to regulate 2,000 of additional income to the family. What's city doing to provide this 2K to each family? You just made a decision to pay $500,000 in 3 years to people who will help you to navigate the doctors that people in the city, hired by the city, cannot do themselves. I mean, it's more than you will collect from us in a year. And we're spending so much time of your time, respective your time, of our time and our concerns, taking this money from our pocket. So let's make it fair. Let's make it taxable. Let's make it reasonably taxable. So we will feel confident in what we're doing. City will feel confident because Airbnb already providing insurance to people who stay in there. They providing insurance. It's included in the rate when Airbnb collecting this money. So you will have a very transparent system that will allow you to
Go
collect
ahead.
that money from us. But additional regulation by night, you will decrease my income like from $2K a month to 1.5 to 1,000 a month. Who will benefit? Who will feel better out of it? Specifically, like what's the reasoning behind that? I provided a lot of questions to be answered by the city council. Never got any replies for that. I just hope that you will be like reasonable in this occasion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Selena Mendez.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for allowing us to speak. I just want to share or ask you to please consider us keeping what we've already started. It's not just easy to just say, oh, let go. We've already invested time, money, people that come to visit, stay in our homes. We take pride. We have parking spaces. It's in a residential area, 54 units, considering. We're providing economic resources to the community, to Gardena. When our guest comes in, they ask us, where's the nearest store? Where is a laundromat? So we tell them, please visit this store or this place. So, you are receiving money economically into the community. We're providing that. We're providing homes for people that come for a wedding, a home, away from home. And all of us, myself, I take pride. I make sure my house is comfortable and I have cameras so I can watch, who's coming in, who's going, and if there's a party, we stop it. We haven't had any issues because Airbnb does, they monitor the people that come in. And so we double check when they're coming in. I don't live in my home, but I do watch. If there's an issue, I immediately come in and put a stop. But we haven't had that problem. It's mostly families that maybe need to. I had an instance where a daughter was going to UCLA, and the parents wanted to kind of make sure that she was okay. So we provide that for these families. And I'm okay if you want to tax me additional, 11%, and it doesn't make any sense for 54 units for you guys to be spending so much money in regulation, enforcement. It's just, help us, the ones that we are already there, to grandfather or perhaps, put a cap. But this is our, we're paying mortgage. It's not, my home is not mortgage free. I still have to pay a mortgage. I have to, pay taxes and all that. So, it would be really, and it's a business. We take pride. You were talking about us having business. It's such a beautiful feeling to be able to have a little business, a little
Go ahead.
bit. So, please consider that we're not corporations. We're just little people that take pride in what we're doing, and we're providing for our family. We're also providing to the community, and we're here because it is a hardship if you take it away or take the opportunity that it's beautiful. It's a I mean, I wish I could invite, I mean, you are welcome to come to my home and take a look. And you know, you guys can come and see how beautiful. I mean, it's cozy and I take pride. And like I said, we haven't had any issues with parking, with noise, nothing at all, because we do monitor it, you know. We're respectful from our neighbors. You know, they're retired, people work, so we are respectful and we understand. So I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we've gone through all of our public speakers here. So now I want to open it up to the council. So does any member?
Madam Mayor, excuse me.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to let the council know
Oh,
and
that's right, I'm
public that we received an email on
Mhm.
this 13B from a member of the public. It has been forwarded to the council
Okay.
and made part of the record. And if anybody would like to see it, it's at the city clerk's office, and you just have to call us up and we'll arrange it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I forgot that portion there. So now at this time, the meeting's now, we're opening this part up here now to city council's comments and or questions. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments at this time?
I do.
Go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank you guys all for coming out on this cold, rainy night to let us know what your issues and concerns are. I just want you guys to understand that STRs, Airbnbs, the legalization of them is a hot topic in all cities. And so a lot of the cities look for other cities to see what other cities are doing and follow suit. So please understand that whatever choice and decision we make, even though the numbers are low now, they're not going to stay low. When it was just 1 or 2 or 10 or 15, they were low. And now we're at over 50 and we're climbing because it is a lucrative business and a lot of people are getting into it. So I want you guys to, you know, kind of take in consideration the position that we're in, and our job is to do what's best for the city as a whole. I believe if we set this up the right way now, we won't be looking at this again in a year when the numbers have doubled or in 2 years. I do have some concerns. I agree with some of the restrictions or the regulations that the city will place on STRs, and there are some that I don't. Before I get down into the weeds of it, I just wanted to put that out there so you guys don't think that we're tying your hands. I am the director of the Chamber of Commerce, which deals with all businesses, so I am a business-minded person. And the fact that the businesses, STRs, the Airbnbs have been operating all this time without a business license is just, you know, that was kind of baffling to me. So just understand that whatever we allow, we got to allow it and regulate it in the sense that it won't cause or create additional problems in the future. Okay? So I'm going to have more to say, but I want to.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Go ahead.
So just, I was listening to the comments very carefully, and so as I understand it, we did approve short-term rentals in the city of Gardena, but we haven't figured out how it's going to look. Is that right?
So tonight, staff is looking for direction from the council as to the regulations that you would like to have. We brought 2 prior draft ordinances for introduction, which was to ban, and those were voted down. So the direction we were then given was to provide you with the data and provide you with some sample regulations. Director Sutucci is now going to go through each one of the regulations and get some consensus from you guys as to what you would like us to draft. Remember, this is not the final say. You're going to give us direction as to what you would like to see. And then we will go back. Staff will take that direction, draft it, and proceed with going to the Planning Commission and obviously the regular steps for any ordinance.
So this would be the point of me where we can make recommendations what we'd like to see in ordinance. Is that correct?
That would be correct. And so, yes. Well, I was just going to say, if you begin with the first one that's up there, and then we can walk through each one, and then at the end, if there's anything that you would like to have in addition, you can then bring it up at that time.
So just so you understand, there'll be about 7 different categories, and whichever the majority of the group, what we say we like or we don't like, it'll help them put the ordinance together.
So
we're still in the formation process
Okay,
of
so
this.
this is like a second reading because.
It's not a second reading yet.
No,
No.
there has
It's
been.
new because I thought we saw this already.
These are the possible regulations that the director presented earlier tonight. So now we're going to go, at that time, he just presented them. So now we're going to get feedback from the council. We need a consensus as to each one. What would you like to see? So that we can prepare a draft, and then the draft ordinance will go to planning, and then it will come to council for introduction. And after that introduction, then it will come back for a second reading, assuming that that first introduction is passed.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Before we start going through each, I'm sorry, did you want to say something, Lisa?
I wanted to clarify something that we spoke about earlier in response to Councilmember Love's question on the ADUs. Right now, Gardina's ordinance provides that not just the ADU can't be rented out for a short-term rental, but the primary house is also forbidden to be used for a short-term rental if there's an ADU on the property.
Oh.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure everybody understood it was both units that were prohibited.
Can we live in an ADU and rent out the main house?
Okay.
So I'm going to go through each one of the possible regulations that I had mentioned.
Greg, can you hold on just one
Oh,
second here real quick? Did you guys have comments you want to make before we go through each one? If you just give us a second, let the council just.
I had a quick,
Rodney, go ahead.
just a quick one.
Did you
And I
have
may
questions?
sound curt in this, but you know, all I heard tonight was me. You're hurting me. You're taking money away from me. You're killing my business, and it's all about you guys. And you're making us feel like we're the bad guys. We're not. We're sensitive to what you are asking for, but we also have to look out for our entire city. We have to look out for all the citizens, not just a specialty group. So don't come here and tell us that we're not on your side, okay? Because tonight we're going to try and provide something that's going to be beneficial for everybody. But don't sit there and tell us that we don't care. That's all I got to say.
Okay, I just have to let you know, you've spoken one time already. Only people who have not spoken will have that opportunity to speak then. And you had the 3 minutes at that time. So it's only one time per time. Did anybody else, Mark, did you want to say something before?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kind of summation of what's been stated up already. I do want to reiterate, though, the money and time that we spent to get the report and data is actually very beneficial, because now we're at a point where we can actually make a decision. I do appreciate the presentation in regards to it being 0.025% of the total households in the city of Gardena, and that I understand. To my other colleague here to my left, though, to her point, our job and responsibility to my colleague on my far right is to make sure that we can craft an ordinance so we're not back here again every time something new or new wrinkle comes up. So our job is to make sure we craft something that will have some middle ground and everything, and it may not be something that everybody's happy about. Usually means that that's probably the best decision when everybody's not too happy about the outcome. So just understand what our role is and what our responsibility is, to not just focus on a smaller segment or the larger segment, but it's to make sure we focus on the whole 62,000 of us that have to reside within the city. So I just wanted to state that for the record.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Just one quick point I just want to bring up before, Greg, you go through the list here, is that I'm glad all of you did come out today, because it is good to put a face, with the concerns that are going on here. And I know initially when this first came up, we were almost under the assumption that we might just put a stop to it right then. But hearing some of the different reasons, why you guys have Airbnbs, help out sick family members or things of that sort, or renting out a room versus an entire house, or if it's on a duplex, it helped us understand a lot better as far as what's going on versus us just thinking, hey, you're just renting out the house. But as it was mentioned earlier today, I am concerned about the entire city here. And the $147,000 in the TOT, normally I wouldn't say this, but I'm not even worried about the TOT of that. I'm more concerned as far as the quality of life of the residents who live on those streets there as well. Because it's one thing if it was in a motel in a commercial area, it's in a more designated area. But when it's in an area that's already established as a single family residence area, and I'll give you a perfect example, where I live, I'm on a cul-de-sac street. There's 13 houses there. I'm 99% for sure there's an Airbnb. In fact, I think I even saw it on the map on there. And you know, this is one of the houses that every couple of months there's 3, 4, 5 different cars there. I don't recognize the people. I'm constantly ready to call the police. They sit in their cars and just strange things like that. The neighbors who are renting it out, they don't really care. Now, you guys are probably some of the more caring ones here, but that's not to say that everybody is. So we just want to make sure that, like was mentioned earlier, that, you know, we're doing something that's going to be fair for everybody. And if we do go forward with this and we decide to charge a tax, of course, we want to make sure that's fair to you as well, too. So, again, we're just going to go through each one of these regulations here and hopefully get a consensus as far as the direction this council wants to go in. Any other comments before we turn over to Greg? No? Go ahead, Greg.
Okay, so even before I start this first one, I want to backtrack in my thinking. I think, is there a consensus that we'd like to charge a business license and a permitting fee for allowing short-term rentals?
Yes.
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 Yes, there's
Okay,
a
so-
way of tracking.
Okay, so now we'll go on to number one, and that's limiting the type of properties that would allow short-term rentals. I had mentioned there's different types of properties out in the community. There's single-family residences, there's duplexes, there's triplexes, there's quadplexes, there's multifamily, other types of multifamily units, apartment complexes. And so is there any direction on what you would like to allow STRs to be rented as far as types of homes?
Why don't we start this direction? You get an answer from each person.
I am okay with them all except apartments. I don't think a tenant that's renting an apartment, they may need to leave for a month or two, should rent out someone else's property.
Okay, so let's go by the number of units. So are you okay with a quadplex short-term rentaling? That's 4 units on a lot, or 5 or 6, or?
The difference for me is the apartment, like in your example, it was if I rented an apartment, and I guess my issue is with subleasing. I don't think subleasing should be a part of the STR. I think any STRs, Airbnb, should be done by the property owner and the property owner only. Allowing someone else to sublease someone else's property is just going to open up a can of worms.
Okay. Maybe I can narrow this down. Is everyone fine with single-family homes being short-term rentals? Or is there a consensus on whether you want to allow single-family homes?
I'm good with single-family homes. And let me just make some clarification with the apartment. If you own an apartment building and you have a unit in the building that the property owner of the apartment building is Airbnb out all the time, I'm okay with that. But if I lease my apartment unit to you and you go on vacation or deployment, military, whatever, and you're gone for 4 or 5 months, you should not have the right to sublease my property out to someone else while you're gone. So for me, it doesn't matter the number of units that the property owner has. I just don't think the subleasing should be allowed.
Okay, so we'll note that for when we get to that category down the line.
Hold on. I just want to kind of get a consensus from each person. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I'll slow it down because I had them all listed. So I'll go single-family homes, yes, one at a time.
Okay, no for single-family homes for me. We're just talking about single-family homes. Are you comfortable with those being rented out as single-family residence?
Yeah, but I didn't see townhouses and condos.
Are you going each one individually?
Oh, that-
Yeah,
Or
we seem to went from the top down, so I was going to go from the smallest types of whole
okay,
units up.
so would you be comfortable with a single-family residence being?
Single family be fine.
Okay,
That's what it is anyway, pretty much.
okay. Rodney?
Well, I would go with the single family, but I agree with the ordinance that we already have now that you can't do a single family and an ADU. So neither one of those should be allowed.
Okay, so there's a consensus that it's okay to rent a short-term rental, a whole unit. That could be a single-family home, residential unit. That could be one condominium unit. That could be one townhouse unit. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay, and I don't know, maybe I don't know if I'm speaking the right time. My issue is I'm not comfortable with the landlord not being on the property. For instance, if you're renting out a room because the property owner is there, that's fine. But these instances where the property owner is not there, I'm not comfortable with that. So I don't know if you're going through each one individually, but that's kind of where I'm at
Yeah.
with that. Did I jump ahead? I apologize if I did.
That's
I'm
a good
sorry.
question, and you.
Sorry, I don't know.
So right now, he's only asking, are you okay with the entire
Entire unit.
home unit,
Okay.
entire home, single-family home, being rented out?
Okay.
And so that would presume the owner is not on the premises.
Got it. Okay,
That
my
is
answer is
That
no.
is the question.
Okay.
So, Councilmember, can we go down the line again?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Love?
Yes.
Councilman Henderson?
That changed it for me because I wanted the owner to be occupied.
Okay, so that's, Mayor?
No.
Okay, Mayor Pro Temp?
So we're not talking about who's there in the property, owner occupied, property owner there.
Right now-
Just whether or not it's okay for single-family homes, that's it.
Right now
And we'll
the-
get down to particulars in a minute.
The hypothetical for you is a single-family home, the entire home, that the owner is not present.
Okay?
You're okay with
Yeah,
that?
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
No.
So there's a majority that we will not be allowing the short-term rentals of whole units where the property owner is not on site.
Correct.
Okay. So in reverse, our same single-family unit or whole unit, are you fine with allowing the short-term rental of that whole unit with the exception that the owner is on site? So they would be living in this unit, and perhaps they're short-term renting a bedroom of that unit. Home share. There you go.
Yes, I am.
So I'll start with Councilwoman Love.
It's not easy to answer these questions in this manner because to say yes or no, if I had the option to rent an Airbnb and the property owner had to be there, I don't want to rent it. It's like they said earlier. And so to say, yes, I agree with a single family home being rented without the tenant, without the property owner being there, or no, I don't agree, it's kind of putting a cart before the horse.
The difficulty that we have is, so we asked the question if there was consensus, whether you guys agreed with the single-family home without the owner being present. And during the rental, correct. And the majority that we got was that you guys were not okay with that. That's what we heard.
You're right. So your question is, do I agree with the short-term rental, allowing the short-term rental with the tenant there, with the property owner there?
Correct.
No, I don't.
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
With the property owner being there or without?
Being on site, present.
So are you saying they're required to be on site? I think that's where I'm getting confused. You're talking about requirement, or are we just talking hypothetical?
Well,
what are we
it would
doing
be
here?
into the ordinance that we would draft that would require these whole units to have
Property
the
owner-
owner on site.
On site? No.
They would be renting out a room or something.
I mean, they could if so is an option. If the property owner wanted to be on site, they could. If say they just want to rent a bedroom, and they could be there, but if they didn't want to be there, just rent a bedroom, they would have to leave their home. Is that what we're saying?
No, they would be present during the rental. So say they are the owner of a 3-bedroom home or townhouse or condominium, and that our ordinance would allow them to short-term rental a spare bedroom at that unit.
I think my concern is I don't want to get it gets kind of dicey because it sounds like we're talking about home sharing as opposed to short-term rental. And so that gets a little bit dicey. So either because home sharing by definition is a little bit different than home short-term rental. Only difference is maybe the number of days or something like that. But I don't want us to get in this, either short-term rentals, just, I don't know, actually, I really think it makes it more difficult than it needs to be. It really is, to me, you know, if we want to require the property owner to be there, let's just say yes. If not, then it doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter. But I think we have to be careful that we're not getting into home sharing.
So
Which is a little bit different. I don't know.
what is the difference between home sharing and requiring a property owner to be there?
Well, we would have to set up that definition in our ordinance. And so to us, it was the owner sharing their home while they short-term rented one of their other bedrooms.
I'm actually part of the COG, and we support home sharing because what it does is it takes, say you have a widowed elderly that lives by herself and needs assistance. So the home share allows somebody to come into that house and rent part of that house, helping that person, the elderly person, with their home, taking care of it, plus making payments to them to help them benefit from what they pay. So it's basically it's from what we're talking about at the COG, it wasn't short term. It was a long term thing.
Exactly, that's
I
different.
think I want to clarify, for tonight's purpose, we're only looking for direction on short-term rentals, and we are using the term, when we've used the term home share, and in some city ordinances, we're using it for less than 30 days of home sharing. Exactly, I think what Carmen said, that the owner's present and can rent 1 room or 2 rooms or whatever the council provides direction on for 2 nights, 3 nights, whatever. Anything more than 30 days is no longer a short-term rental under state law. So you always have the option as a property owner to rent out a room for more than 30 days.
Mayor Sutton?
Go ahead.
And I guess I'm confused because the question, number one, the question is limiting the type of property and size, properties and zones, which type of homes to allow STRs in. And then it lists the type of homes. In this first question, it doesn't ask with or without property owner there. So if we can just stay focused on what this question is, we can probably advance to the next question. But when you tie this question into maybe what question 5 or 6 is, now the waters is a bit muddy and everybody is confused.
Yeah, I think I agree with Councilmember Love. I think we ought to just kind of stick with what it is, and then as we go a little farther down, then get with particulars or the whatever you want to do. You know, it's kind of, I think you're trying to hurry through the, I don't know, I don't want to speak for you, but there's no way, doesn't appear to be any way to quickly get into this process because we keep, you know, ending up in the weeds rather than just, let's just do this one and then we get down to particulars of what would that look like. If we agree that single-family homes should be a part of short-term rentals, then we're okay with that. But as we get down to, now what is that going to look like? Because right now we're just talking about what type of properties, not owner there, owner not there, and all. To me, because I think it'll go like I'm going to agree with Councilmember Love. Just kind of go with this, and then as we get down to nitty-gritty particulars, what would that look like in terms of what would requirements be? Then we move to there, okay? Rather than
Because
trying to.
we don't even have a definition of the difference between what they voted on and home sharing. So it's.
So why don't we just talk about the first one? What type of property would be, and then we get down with should owner be there, should owner not be there. And I think we have an easier time. We won't have this kind of discussion anyway. I mean, I don't mean to try and tell you how to run your job, but please forgive me. But I'm just trying to. It's my first grade mentality, first grade teacher mentality. Let's do one thing at a time, and then we can move on. We'll get there, okay?
Okay, well, so we have consensus on short-term renting a whole unit, so long as the owner is occupied. But what you'd like to do is go back and just ask the question, whether or not a whole unit can be short-term rental.
Yeah,
That's
just
it.
stick to what the
Yeah, this
program
just,
said.
yeah, just,
Okay,
yeah,
so let's go back. If there's consensus to go back, we'll start this over again.
Let's go ahead and go back. Let's start
Okay.
again.
So, is there consensus, or what is, do you feel that you would allow the short-term rentaling of a single-family home or a whole unit, whatever
Yes.
you want to call it?
Yes.
No.
yes.
Yes.
So there's consensus to do that. Is there consensus, or what is the feeling on duplex units?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I can.
Madam Mayor.
Yes. No, it's okay. I was thinking. Yes.
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 Okay, so at this point, it can get a little tricky because I can keep on going with triplexes and quadplexes and whatnot. So what staff is looking for direction on, and it's going to take some discussion though, is what is the maximum number of units of a multifamily complex that you would or would not allow, that you would allow short-term rentaling of? You've allowed in single-family homes, you'd have allowed in duplexes, and so what staff is looking for direction on is if it's a sixplex, would you allow short-term rentaling at a unit, a building of that nature? Would it be okay to short-term rental units in a quadplex? And so it's going to take some discussion because otherwise I'd have to go by each number. And I don't want to do that. So I'm looking for a maximum
I'll
number.
say one for me. Just one unit.
1 unit per
Whatever it is, whether
any
it's
multifamily unit.
any multifamily one, if it's a quad, six, whatever.
If it's a
only
200
one.
unit
Only
apartment
two-
complex,
if it's
they
200,
could only
only
short-term
one.
rental one. Whether it's a quadplex, they can still short-term rental only one.
Right.
I would say no more than two or three, because what I don't want is for a 6 or 12 unit apartment building to become a quick flip motel type situation. So, keeping it limited to a person just trying to make the ends meet and making a little extra money and not turning it into a full-fledged hotel motel. No, so I would say two.
So 2. So anything of a triplex and above, you would allow the owner to short-term rental 2 of those units.
Right.
1.
1
One.
is for the mayor.
One.
1 is.
1.
So the consensus is anything over a duplex, you would have to, you would only be allowed to short-term rental 1 of those units, regardless of size.
Right.
Okay, I think we got through that pretty well.
What about, excuse me, what about townhomes and condominiums? Are they included those apartments?
Those would be
townhomes, condominiums?
considered a whole unit or a single home.
So just one?
If you're in, you've had a consensus to allow the short-term rentaling of a townhome or condominium or single-family home, 1 unit.
Just one unit in a multifamily type townhouse condominium, so just one?
No. When he
See,
talks,
that's what I'm asking, see. I think, because I think that's a separate issue.
I think what I'm understanding, let's just take a G3 development, since we're all familiar with that. I think what Greg is saying, what we're understanding with you saying yes to single family would be everybody in the condominium complex could rent their own, could do a short-term rental of their own unit. What I think Councilwoman, or Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, Francis is saying, it is asking that only one in the entire G3 complex.
Well, that's what we just said.
Versus, I own a unit in Rosecrans Place, Greg owns a unit, Amanda owns a unit. We can all short-term rental out our own units because it's a single-family home. What I think I hear you saying, and this is what we're looking for direction on, what the other way that could be interpreted is I own a unit, Greg owns a unit, Amanda owns a unit, y'all own one unit. Only one of us gets to rent out that unit as a short-term rental in
Yes,
the
because-
complex, be
because
it.
I'm sorry, I mean
No.
it, but when I think of single-family home, I'm thinking about one house on a lot, not 130 in a building. So that's the difference. So that's why, let's not play the word game here. So if it's gonna be one for a multifamily unit, which would be like a Rosecrans place, I think by what we just said, we said one.
I'm sorry, we
I-
can't yell out from the audience. Sorry.
Right, and it is complicated, as Greg said, and I think we're all coming to it with our own assumptions, which is what, of what we think we're asking, and that's why we're looking for so much clarification to understand from the council what it is you're directing. When you were talking about multiplex units sitting on the seat, I was assuming that was where one person owned the duplex, the triplex, quadplex, whatever plex it is, unit, and I own all the units in there. And that's where if I own 5 units or 4 units, only one of those can be rented out versus individual ownership in the condominium. So I think that's what we're looking for clarification on.
Yeah, none of this addresses a complex of condos on a lot like you're referring to, Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I
So
think
this
that
is
this-
good. This is good feedback
No,
because.
I think
yeah.
when you're talking about what type of homes, I think
Oh.
this is exactly where you need to have that discussion.
Yeah, no,
Because,
it's
you're
good.
talking
It's
about,
good that
a
you're bringing
difference.
it up.
Well,
Yeah.
you're talking about a difference, like I say, everyday person, just regular folks. When you say single-family residence, they do not think about condominiums. Because actually, a condominium townhomes, that's a real estate theory in action. That's all it is, subdividing airspace. Well,
So-
at least that's what it told me when I took real estate theory. It's
So-
just a subdivision of airspace, that's all it is.
Okay, so
And that's very different from a single-family home. So we need to put that, because I still say one.
Okay. Well, so we agree with, well, we have a consensus you can short-term rental a single whole unit. And now the questions come up, besides a single building that we just went through, a duplex, a triplex, a quadplex, a 200 apartment building, what the Mayor Pro Tem has brought up is that, well, there's going to be a scenario where there's going to be multiple condominium units or multiple townhomes in a single development, such as G3 on Rosecrans. And so the question is, how many units would be allowed to be short-term rental in a complex of that type of nature? And I think I heard the Mayor Pro Tem say that you would allow one in a complex like that. And so as I go down the line, unless there's any questions regarding that, we can go down the line and take a vote on that.
Can it be written in an ordinance that certain developments be banned, such as a G3 project or a Azalea Walk project, preventing it from being okay.
You can't pick and choose. I mean, it's one rule that applies to all. You can't say this development project or this.
No,
development.
I wasn't saying, okay, so Greg, are you saying that you want direction on the number of units in a building?
Well, we went through that, so now we're talking about.
No, I'm saying the size of the complex. So are you saying that should we only allow a fourplex or a fourplex and smaller? Because anything larger than a fourplex, it can get a little tricky.
Yeah, so I think we went through that discussion, but I think now we're going to move on to a complex where there's multiple, a condominium complex where there's multiple whole units on one property. And so that was not, it was a good point that the Mayor Pro Tem brought up. And so I think that's why we need to get clarification as staff whether that is an issue, and it appears it is. And so we know that the Mayor Pro Tem would say, in that type of scenario, we'd only allow one also. And so now I'd like to ask that same question to the rest of the council.
Repeat your question. No, wait, I
and-
want him to just ask me the question.
In a condominium complex where there's multiple condominiums, what would you want to allow to be short-term rental? Could all of the units in a condominium complex be short-term rental? Or would you only allow that only one of those units in the condominium complex be allowed to be short-term rental?
Could you add townhomes?
Or
to that, too?
townhomes, okay.
Condo, townhome type,
Okay.
because that's all.
Okay, so to make sure that I'm understanding it, the larger the complex, the more complex it's going to become.
You could have 50
Because if
units.
you're
in
saying
a-
you want one unit in each building, if
Well, I think the Mayor Pro Tem is talking about the entire complex.
right, but what I'm saying is, if everybody she's talking, I know what she's talking about. She's talking about condos and townhouses. And again, going back to one of the earlier questions, how many do you want? And it was a 4-1 to we only want one unit, correct? And if that was, tell me when I'm wrong, if that was what was stated, then when you ask me how many do you, townhouses or condos, if you're talking about like G3 project is a townhouse condo project, right? And if they're saying they only want one in that building, in that unit, and there are 130, so is that what you're asking? See, now versus a condo, where a condo is a converted apartment, is less units. So I would say no. If you're talking about a lot of units, no.
Maybe we could ask this a different way. Do you want to allow them in condominium developments such as G3 and Malia? And
Yes.
what about Olson?
I just think it's.
Olson,
Go ahead,
G3,
Mark.
Malia, would you allow each owner in there
Let
to?
Mark ask
to
this
rent.
question.
I was going to say, because the condominiums, townhomes, whichever word we want to use, because they're all individually owned, then each one of those owners should have the opportunity, because we already said single-family homes. So I'm counting all that as single-family homes, whether it's on a lot or standing straight up. Each one of those should then have the opportunity to make their space a short-term rental. Because let's use G3 because we're all using that. G3 can't dictate out of the 130 because who picks the one out of the 130 that's available? So if we say single family homes, however we define that, and we're allowing that, then we should just kind of run with that. And then kind of move forward to the next step as far as where we can do it in the zoning, because then if we select a particular zone, it's then going to eliminate certain types of properties automatically. So for instance, the next question is R1, R2, R3. If we all come to a consensus that it's R1, then those homes defined as condos or townhomes are now out because they're in R3s and R4s. But I think if we just say single family homes, are we allowing, I think we were 4-1, that covers all those. So all 130 would have that opportunity because G3 can't dictate to those homeowners, okay, it's your turn this month, your turn that month.
And that's what we're looking for direction from the council on.
Right.
As Councilman Henderson has explained it, can we go through and take whether or not we have consensus on that?
If what Councilmember Henderson just explained, that's my question, yes.
Mayor? We would treat single-family homes, towns, and condos the same.
The question is, would we treat them the same?
That is what Councilmember Henderson has proposed, that we would treat single-family homes, towns, and condos the same.
I would have to say no.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
a single-family home, the difference between a single-family home and a project, there's no common wall. See, so when you get to talking about what's allowable, you gotta talk about those common walls. That's this real estate definition. And that's the difference between a condo and a townhouse. So you really can't, while it's a single family can live there, but by definition, a single family is not the same thing as a town, because a single family home does not share a wall.
Actually, some of G3's townhomes are standalone units without any common walls. So again, we can, if we get the direction of what you want, we can draft the ordinance the way you want it. If you want to say condominiums that share no common walls may do it.
That's not a condominium by definition. A condominium shares common wall. So it's not the same. It's real estate.
Mayor Protemp, I believe, your answer then is no to the proposition that Councilman Henderson is stating with regards to treating single-family homes, condos, and townhomes the same. Am I correct? Your answer is no, you don't want them all treated the same.
No, they shouldn't, because by definition, they're not all the same.
Okay.
You know, that's just it. They're just not all the same. It's in real estate. You can look, Google it. You'll see.
Councilman Tanaka?
So the next question doesn't make sense. Which zones to allow STR, that doesn't make sense.
So we still have to,
Do we have any consensus on the
we have any consensus as to within condo?
Those. That's my question on
Go
a
ahead.
condo. Do we have consensus?
Consensus that they don't want them to be treated the same like single-family homes. That we have consensus on. Now, do we want to pose the question with regards to condo complexes? Do you want to allow, I think earlier someone had said, allow only one within the condo complex? Is that something that you guys are interested in?
No, that was only one when we started the conversation about how many can we allow in family type housing. And that's when we said, I said duplexes, fourplexes, and we said one. That's what they had to do with. So this is a whole separate issue. You're trying to, you're mixing apples with oranges as far as I'm concerned.
Let me rephrase my question. Can we have the discussion about condos? Do you want to allow any in condos? Any condominiums to be used for short-term rentals?
Let's just go down the list here. Start at the end. Go ahead. Councilwoman Love?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
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 Okay, next question.
So we're going to go to the second question up there. Are you done with your clarification?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to go to the next one, and this might clarify some things some more. We're going to go to zones. So R1 allows single-family homes, probably in the traditional sense where it's a home on a lot. And so is there, as I go down the line by the council, is there any interest in allowing single-family homes in the R1 zone to be short-term
Yes.
rentals?
Yes.
Let me skip for 1 second. Go to the next person.
So by R1, you mean just single-family detached homes?
It's the
That's
traditional
it.
sense of a
Traditional
single-family home.
detached, all right. We said okay with that already, one. Yeah, we said yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I didn't answer. So this is just, do we allow it, period, whether it's an owner or non-owner, correct? We haven't gotten there. Okay, so I'll say yes for that then.
Well, we're going to go by zones, so.
So now we're talking duplexes.
In the R1 or R2? The R2.
You can't have a duplex in R1.
So it's R, now we're going to R2, right? So
Can I just ask a question? Going over the zoning, it's kind of like re-going over what we just went over.
it's going to clarify it
Is-
even more.
And it's, but, okay.
Go ahead.
So R2s, and what's the maximum number of units in an R2? 2 units. So that's the same as a duplex, right?
Yes.
So there was already consensus for a duplex, so I'm going to go down the line to reassure that in the R2 zone, you're going to allow short-term rentals.
Yes.
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 There's consensus to allow short-term rentals and reinforcing that duplexes can be short-term rental. Now we go to the R3 zones, and the maximum number of units in R3, 17 units
To the acre.
to the acre. S-
That's because they're detached. That's because they're not detached. They could do, you could run it up to
Go ahead.
So for R3, I'll start with Councilwoman Love. Would you allow short-term rentals in that zone?
No.
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 There's a clear consensus that you would not allow.
No, I'm sorry. No, no, sir. You had an opportunity when you came up to speak. After that, I can't allow it. Okay, no, sir, sorry, you can't. Ma'am, same thing. You had the opportunity to speak. We allowed you. In fact, I even let you go over 3 minutes. And so I'm sorry, you can't. And we can't have you yelling out as well. Thank you.
So rather than go zone by zone at this point, if you've said no to the R3, is it no to everything over the R3, which would be the R4, the mixed use, and then all of our new housing overlay zones we're going to be imposing, which are all the higher density zones?
My answer would be no to all those
No.
as well.
No.
Everybody else? Wanda?
No.
You-
No.
No? Paulette?
No.
Rodney said no? Okay, no to that. Okay.
Oh. Next question here. Is there any interest in limiting the number of total STRs in the city at any one time?
Yes.
No.
I'd like to limit it, yes.
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 So there's consensus to limit the number of STRs in the city at one time. Now this can, now staff can come back with a number or?
Let me give you a suggestion. Let's
Okay.
say 100, no more than 100.
100, so.
Anybody else have any numbers? Anybody else?
We have consensus on 100?
I'm good with that.
Okay,
Okay.
100, good.
Done.
We're only at 50, what, 50, how many? 54? Okay, so yeah, I'm good with 100.
Now, there's different ways of getting to that 100. Would you like staff to come back with ways of doing that, or would you have a preference at this time, whether it's the first 100? Do you want it rotated so everyone gets an opportunity? Staff can come back to you with some suggestions in the ordinance. And
Well, I think you have to take in consideration the people that already have a rental.
so
And
it
then
looks
go
like,
from there.
is there consensus to do a first come, first served type basis?
I would say yes.
Yes.
I would have to say no, because these people, same people could do it for the next 25 years and never give new people opportunities. So I would be open to a lottery. So it's just, if we're going to do this, might as well make it fair to everybody.
Mayor Pro Tem, are you are you okay with a lottery?
Yes.
Councilman Tanaka, are you okay with a lottery or first come?
Lottery's fine.
So we have consensus on a lottery.
On a lottery. So at any point in time in the future, if we have more than 100 applicants, we would have to start a lottery.
Correct.
Okay. Number 3, allow home share own, well, here comes the
Can I ask-
definition.
wait, Greg,
Owner,
can,
yes.
Can I ask a question on the lottery? We're at like, say we're at 60, and if I wanted to put in a bid for, put in an application for STR, how would that work for me now if there's no one else submitting an application, if we're doing a lottery?
Well, if it's less than 100 and you meet all the other requirements you guys came up with, then everyone who submits is under 100, they would all get it.
Okay, so it's over 100. Anyone over 100 is put into, okay,
Yeah, we would only do a lottery if we had over 100 applications.
okay, thank you.
In a previous city, they've yet to hit their limit, and so they've never enacted any sort of.
Sir, I'm sorry, you can't yell out. Sorry.
May I,
When this will actually come back one more time. It'll go before Planning Commission. You can ask questions then, and it'll come back before the council at that time, and you'll be able to ask questions at that time then.
May I add?
So allowing.
Sir, again, you can't yell out. You'll have those 2 opportunities again, and I don't want to have to ask you to leave, okay? Go ahead, I'm sorry, you had a
So,
question?
Madam, one thing with regarding the lottery, can we set, so it's fair to everyone, could we set an application deadline that your application be here by a certain date, and then we, at another date, we'll take a lottery, and that way it is fair to everybody? Then can we do that?
Once we exceed the 100?
No,
I-
whether we exceed the 100
I would recommend that we can set the deadline every year because we
Yeah,
won't know how many we receive. So in fairness to everyone, we set a deadline every year. If we don't hit the 100 that qualify, then so be it. But if we do go over, then everyone had an opportunity to set it. Is that okay with everyone?
And anyone who comes in, if you don't hit 100, if we're at 54, the deadline is February. In April, somebody wants to come new, that's fine. Then whoever comes in after the deadline period can keep
fine.
coming in.
I'm good with that.
Okay, so I'll go to the next question. So it's allowing home share only. So we talked about what home sharing was in the short-term rental sense. And this means that the owner must be present during rental.
Greg, I think you skipped something. What about the reapplying every number of years, or are we going to talk about that, or no?
So we were going to do that every year.
We
I
would do
believe,
that
by
every
the
year.
Lottery, yeah.
If, and this is just my concern with doing it every year, if I was an Airbnb owner and I've invested all of my money into this property to Airbnb, to have to go into a lottery every year, that's going to stress me out every 6 months, because you put in a lot of time and
Sir, you
invested a
cannot
lot of
do any
money,
clapping like that.
and to have to be concerned every 6
Right
months
there.
in that now you have to hope that you're pulled in this lottery. I don't think that's a good way to do. I mean, you're talking about buying homes, and these homes are expensive. You're talking about $750,000 homes that these people are purchasing or own, and now every year I have to worry about if I'm going to have tenants that I'm going to be able to rent my property out. I just wanted
But the other option is a person can do regular long-term rental. This is just a way to make quicker money and more money, because if you actually do regular long-term rental, you still make a decent amount of money and you're still able to pay the mortgage, which is, in my opinion, this is actually a big courtesy we're doing here. I mean, I'm in property management. We rent out houses. I know what they make. And so what I'm saying is when you're doing short-term rentals here, you're making a lot more money here. So at the end of the day, you can always still go back to just a regular rentals. And I understand in some situations where you're trying to save the house until, you know, a relative or somebody can move closer. I get those extenuating circumstances, but it's not like we're totally saying, okay, now there's no way to make money. You still have options here, so.
And I do respect what the mayor just said. However, I respectfully disagree with that because I've talked to a lot of property owners that rent long-term and have had the worst nightmares renting long-term to tenants and have hell getting those tenants out because the long-term rentals have more rights than the property owners. So I believe if you own the property, you should have the right and option to use your property however you see fit within guidelines, which is what we're here doing now. So if it was me that owned a house, regardless of whether I inherited from my parents or I bought it, or like one of the callers said, they bought the property, both the military go on deployment 7 to 9 months at a time, they Airbnb the property out, whatever the reason is, what I'm looking at is that's a lot of money to gamble every year, every 12 months, to hope that you get your number pulled every year.
And I hear what you're saying. And people do specify and say, okay, I'm going to rent a property out for 6 months. So, I mean, that happens all the time because, like I said, people do get deployed and all kind of different situations. So there's month-to-month rental, you know, and I've seen the same thing in Airbnb situations where weird things have happened where the person stayed longer than they were supposed to and the person had to go through an eviction process, cost $10,000 to $15,000. So it can happen in both situations. Unfortunately, that's just the cost of doing business when you decide that you want to be a landlord or property owner. And I've seen this for many, many years. So, I mean, again, with any business, there are just risks that come into play with this. And I understand small business owners, I mean, you know, every single dollar counts, but these are the risks you take when you decide to go into these businesses. So,
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
In purposes of seeking consensus and for clarification, can I pose the question, the lottery will be on an annual basis?
Correct.
Councilmember Love?
No.
Councilman Henderson?
No.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilman Tanaka?
Okay. Next question.
Okay, so the next question is talking about allowing home share only, and home share being defined in the short-term rental sense as the owner must be present during rental. Home sharing may be defined as renting one or more bedrooms in a primary residence for 30 or fewer consecutive days.
Yes.
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 No.
Yes.
For clarification purposes, because you indicated in a duplex that the units could be rented out, and in a triplex, quadplex, the units can be rented. You can rent one unit out. If I'm assuming that you're saying the owner of the building has to live in one of the units, because obviously they can't be living in all of them. Okay.
So there's consensus on allowing home share only on those. So the next question is requiring that this be the person's primary residence.
That comes with the home share.
That's the home sharing, similar. I think it fits right in line with that, right? Do we need to ask this question?
Only for purposes of, do you want to establish a number of days that they have to live there?
Oh, prior to being allowed to short-term rental. So some cities say you have to own the home and this be your primary residence for, say, 6 months before you're allowed to short-term rental. Would you like to include that in an ordinance where there's some sort of restrictive days to have already this being your primary residence before you're allowed to apply to do a short-term rental?
Yes, I would.
Yes.
Yes.
Would any of you like to propose a time period for consideration?
90 days.
I was kind of looking at 120.
I was thinking a year, actually. And the reason being is because it's one thing if a person buys a place with the intent of saying, hey, I'm buying this to start Airbnb in it, and I'm just for the first 60 days, or I'm just throwing a number out, 60 days, I'm going to say I'm living in it and then do that, because it sounds like that's what the intent is. But in some of these situations I've heard, excuse me, so far, it's to help pay for different things, or they just happen to look up on a second house or something like that. So I would think they should at least live in it at least a year, or longer. 6 months to a year. I don't know. What does everybody else feel?
Yeah, I say at least a year.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, we have a proposal for 1 year. Councilmember Love on 1 year.
No.
Councilman Henderson?
Thank you. I was gonna say at least a minimum 3/4. That's 9 months. So what's that, 270? But I can live with a year.
Mayor, you made the proposal of a year. Mayor Pro Tem, 1 year. Councilman Tanaka?
Yes.
Okay. It's on a year.
I'm sorry, what was that?
So the next question is limiting the number of rental days allowed per year per applicant. So would you allow them to short-term rental anytime for as many days throughout a year, or did you want to put some sort of a cap on the number of days?
No cap.
I had a number of like 84, 7 days a month, but that 7 days a month, 84.
I think we ought to have a cap.
No cap?
Yes, cap.
Oh, yes, a cap, okay.
We have no cap, 84, no cap. Mayor Pro Tem,
A cap but no
A cap.
days.
No cap.
okay.
So the consensus is that there's no cap. So 6 does not seem to apply any longer because we've addressed that in a previous question. Let's go to the next question. Okay, so here's some other questions. Limiting the number of people per bedroom. We've seen some cities do this. I don't have a suggestion for you on this.
And I think requiring the owner to be on premises takes away some of the concerns that staff had if you were going to rent on these issues versus renting out the whole house without an owner being there.
I don't have a limit.
Yes, I would like to limit the number of people per bedroom.
I would want to limit as well.
Yes, we need to, is it per bedroom or per house?
Per
Just per bedroom? Okay.
Wouldn't fire have a limit, though, on how many occupants per room?
It's a lot of people when you start getting into the building and fire codes, when you actually look at it before you're overcrowding.
Is there any type of law or ordinance, something in place where if you're just doing it just a rental in general, how many people per bedroom? Nothing for the hotels either?
Hotels, well, they generally charge by if you go more than 2 people, then they start, actually, if you go more than 1 person, they just start adding additional money because you're using more towels and more water, but there's not really a limit.
So there's no state limit, how many people can be per bedroom?
There's building codes, but it's
Building
a lot
codes.
more people than you would expect before you violate the building code. I mean, you
Are you
could
comfortable
probably
just
get,
sticking with whatever the building code states?
you'd probably get 10 people in a room. If you want to put a limit on, then don't rely on the building code because it's useless.
Limit.
I would impose a limit.
Would you, I think we have consensus on limit. I've heard 3 at least. Would you guys propose a number?
And one thing, when you consider a number, would you not count a child like under a certain age? Like 5 or under something, because
Yeah, I remember staying in a single room with my wife and 2-year-old, and that's 3, but you put on, it's.
I'm gonna, you're asking for a number?
yeah.
I'd say 4.
2 people per room.
I've seen more, like bunk beds in there, so 4 is fine with me.
4 is good. I'm with 4.
Councilman Tanaka, I have consensus already, so I'm going to go with 4. I'm just trying to speed it up. I'm sorry. Yes, sir. What would you like?
1.
We have consensus on 4.
And I would say at 4 people, that would include children.
Right.
This next question, I think maybe staff can come back. If there's interest in ensuring that insurance and covers the tenants, staff could come back with a recommended amount to ensure that they have the appropriate insurance. I don't have a number, and that's something we'd have to.
We could look, the city attorney's office can provide a recommendation as to the type of coverage, and we can also look as to some of the platforms that were mentioned already require insurance, but we do want to ensure that not everyone's going to be on the Airbnb platform. So whatever insurance we require is going to be across our entire ordinance.
Right.
But we'll look to see what Airbnb currently has, their providers. But we will,
This is
something
what-
will be there in there about insurance being
We
required.
should require insurance.
This is one that staff, I will make a recommendation that we ensure there's insurance in place.
Okay.
Requiring a minimum night stay. So, it could be anywhere from 1 to 30
No,
as a minimum.
no minimum.
7-day minimum.
No minimum.
At least 2 nights.
No minimum.
No. Okay, there's consensus for no minimum.
At least 2 nights.
Parking requirements. One way is to require on-site parking. It could be a number of spaces per bedroom. It could just be one space. Is there any interest in requiring that there be some sort of a parking requirement?
I think it's definitely important to include a parking requirement.
Absolutely, particularly in neighborhoods that have parking restriction, parking, what do you call those?
Permits, yeah.
Parking permits. Yeah, and I think they ought to provide, the owner should provide a park permit that, since it's a business, should
If
be
it's in one of those
purchased.
areas.
It seems like I already hear consensus for some sort of a parking requirement. And
Correct.
so I'm going to ask a follow-on question. Is that requirement going to require that there be on-site parking? On the property?
No.
Yes.
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 So there's consensus to require on-site parking. Is there, well, I can keep going into the details. Is it a parking space per bedroom? Is it a parking space per the unit? Is there interest in requiring more than just one parking space per unit, I guess? I'll start off with that.
No.
No.
I think it should be at least 1 per unit, yeah.
Per unit.
Yes, at least one. We should do one.
So one on-site parking space per
Correct.
unit is consensus. Got that? Okay.
Wait, I didn't hear from Councilman Tanaka.
Why don't we start with him next time?
I was kind of contemplating that, okay, yeah, I get it 1, but what if you have like 3-bedroom house and you're renting out 3 people? Now you got 3 cars. I mean, hypothetically, you could have 3 cars.
Well,
So
at least we
wouldn't
get
you-
one off the
wouldn't you
street.
say at least if you have three or more people, you got to have at least 2 parking?
I agree with these two.
Because, I mean, I understand one, yeah, I would go with one, but what if there's multiple people
They've already limited it to 4 individuals, right,
per room?
per room.
So that could be 8 people.
I guess that raises a second question. If you have a 3-bedroom house, can you do 2 separate rentals at the same time? I think we kind of skip that scenario that just.
Hypothetically.
We'll get there, but let's figure out parking.
Well, I think they tie together,
Yeah.
Carmen,
But
because if you
think about that scenario.
if you are renting just to one reservation at a time versus 2 reservations at a time, what if I'm a family of 4, I'm going to have 1 car.
Right.
If it's 2 families of 2, same 4 people, but
There's 2 cars.
there's probably
Lisa, can I interrupt you for a
cars.
second? I need everybody to keep your mics off just
Sorry.
until you get ready to speak. It's kind of messing up the YouTube so people can't hear us or they can't hear the speaker at the time. Okay, thanks.
So I do think that maybe that question needs to come before you address the parking, because it could impact the parking.
A suggestion may also be 1 parking per reservation.
I have a question. Is it, if you're renting out a whole, and I think those would only be rented out to a family, 1 rental, 1 reservation per rental. Because Greg had said that if you have a 3-bedroom and you're renting it out to 2 or 3 different people, I don't think we should allow that. I think what we're talking about, if you're doing home share and you have a 3-bedroom, I'm staying in 1 unit, 1 room, and then I'm renting out the other 2, then I think the parking should be an issue. But if I have a 3-bedroom and I should not be allowed to rent that 3-bedroom out to 3 different people on one day. Did I
Okay,
just confuse?
I understood the owner has to be present at all times.
Right, so are we talking about home sharing or just
So-
in general?
So we're only talking home sharing now. It looks like the city's taken
Okay.
it off the table, but still, 3-bedroom, you're in 1 bedroom. Can you do 2 separate reservations on the other 2 bedrooms, or only 1 reservation at a time? They could take 2 bedrooms, but you wouldn't allow 2 separate groups in there at the same time.
Well, I'm just saying, if you did 2 reservations, there should be 1 for each one, so that's 2.
Okay, but would you allow more than 1 reservation at a time? Let's start there.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mayor?
No.
Councilman Henderson?
Yes.
Councilman Love? We have consensus.
Got it?
Okay.
There was three yeses.
So now we have consensus. You would allow more than 1 reservation per unit at a time. How many parking spaces on site would you like?
1 for each reservation?
Councilman Henderson?
I agree with that, 1 for each reservation.
Councilmember Love?
No.
Mayor Pro Temp?
At least 1 for each reservation.
Councilman Tanaka?
Yes.
Thank-
1 per reservation.
Yep.
On site per reservation. Okay, another clarification question?
No.
So the next question is, well, it still may be relevant, even if the owner is present. We already know the owner has to be present, but would you like the requirement that they post contact information so that a neighbor could get a hold of that owner? Because the owner may still work. They may be present, but they also work, so they'll be gone during the day. And so there's usually still contact information that needs to be made available. Would you like the owner to post that information so it's visible to the neighbors?
Yes.
Councilman Henderson?
Yes.
Councilmember Love?
Where is it going to be posted at?
We could specify that in ordinance, but it would be an invisible area, so that maybe it's maybe near the mailboxes of a multifamily unit, maybe it's by the front door or in a front window. We can provide different options, but it's just so that it's available to anyone who may need to contact the owner.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, it should be a 24-hour contact number.
Councilman Tanaka?
So I think we covered this early on. So this has to do with allowing the subleasing of rental units. If I need to clarify that again, I think Councilwoman Lowe is ready to answer that. So we'll go ahead with, start off with Councilwoman Lowe.
No.
Councilman Henderson?
No.
Mayor?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, with the property owner's permission. If they can get written approval saying it's okay for them to sublease or whatever.
Councilman
Yes.
Tanaka?
No.
So there's consensus to not allow the subleasing of rental units. This one is whether or not there's interest in requiring the owner to ensure they're keeping a log of the vehicles that they're short-term rentaling to available. And that would be usually just available to code enforcement or law enforcement or parking enforcement. One city thought it was pertinent to ensure that they were able to get a hold of these people or these owners. So is there interest in requiring the owner to be able to hand over a log or list of vehicles that are currently being used by their tenants, I guess, or their short-term rental?
Yes.
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 No.
Yes.
So there's consensus to make that a requirement. Now, at this point, there's obviously a number of other regulations that you may have thought in your own mind, and so maybe we can start. I'll start with Council Member Tanaka this time on this side.
Keeping in mind what you guys have already given us consensus to.
Nothing at this
Yeah,
time.
if there's anything we haven't covered that you'd like to make mention of,
I have nothing at this time.
Mayor Pro Tem Francis.
Yes, I'd like for the short-term rental, where there's to notify the neighbors that at least, next door, on either side, across the street, that they're engaged in short-term rental.
So a notification to adjacent, it could be the landowner or the rentee, I guess, it doesn't matter, but adjacent property
Yeah,
be
something,
notified.
so they'll know, just in case, in case of emergency, they'll, oh, okay, something's going on. And also,
Consensus, yeah.
Let's take consensus on that one issue. So notification to the adjacent property owners or lessees that live to the right or to the left. Adjacent residents.
Front and back.
front and back.
Okay.
Just,
You mean across the street, that,
across the street, or just because some homes have a shared fence, they share a fence, and so at least the one right behind them, one's on the side and in front, so they'll be notified that. If you're going to open up any other business, you would notify the property owners or neighbors
do
around.
a 50-foot radius? 20
Yeah.
100's gonna allow, that's gonna go 50, maybe a 50-foot radius, that would cover everyone.
50, 75 feet. something like that.
75-foot
I don't know,
radius?
just-
So is there a consensus to notify,
Yes.
Consensus to notify 75 feet radius.
5 feet.
Okay. Mayor, Councilman
I have
Tanaka?
I have
Yes.
others. Oh, yes. I'm sorry, yes.
Mayor?
Yes.
Councilman Henderson?
Does that cover the houses across the street?
That's 75 radius, it
I just
should.
want to make sure I get my notice. Okay, yes.
Councilmember Love?
And this is on every rental, every reservation?
No.
Okay.
when they get.
No, we can
when-
do the short answer. If it's, as long as it's not on every reservation, then yes.
When they're issued a license, I guess.
Okay.
we'll come up
Okay,
with
got
a
it.
permit, whatever.
We can move on to the next one you had, Mayor Pro Tem.
Also, in terms of noise restrictions, I think that there should be a limit on the activities and hours that, no more than, nothing after 10 p.m., between 10 p.m. and 9 a.m. at night. No, like loud parties or,
I would recommend, legally, I think we need to abide by the same restrictions that all the other residents in that location have.
So we would defer to our own current noise ordinance.
Correct.
yes,
So
'cause it's
whatever
not-
the neighbor has to abide by, that short-term rental would have to abide by as well.
Well, see, we're not talking about a neighbor, we're talking about a business. So I think by definition, see, we're not talking about just neighbors having a party. No, we're talking about a business, which I think is the difference. And I think we should take a look at imposing some type of noise restriction.
I'm Mayor Pro Tem Francis. So in regards to the noise regulations that are already in place per the city ordinance, there are standards set forth for residential uses that limit the noises past 10.
And what are they?
So they're based off of a decibel, what is it, BA, or a decibel level. So from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., there's a certain noise amount, and then that then decreases down after that time from 10 p.m. then to 7 a.m.
10 p.m. From 10 p.m. to 7 a.m.?
Correct. There's a noise level for residential.
So from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., they're allowed a 55 decibel level. From 10 p.m. to 7 a.m.,
How
it then
much is
goes down to
55?
50.
Can you give me some type of comparison, because I don't know decibels.
Yeah, I would have to provide that.
Yeah, we're talking we're talking about a business, we're not
Yeah.
talking about
So-
neighborhoods or just regular neighbors.
In
so
general,
I think it should be,
the
'cause
noise level that's allowed goes down after 10 p.m.
So
So
from 10 p.m., because, again, if there was a nightclub, I think we would have some type of something. I don't know, we're not talking about just regular neighbors, we're talking about a business, a commercial business. Whether you want to call it that or not, just, the only difference is it's residential.
That's correct, yeah.
They can't
It-
mow and blow and all that stuff.
Yeah.
They do.
And it's a lower, it's a lower requirement in the residential uses than in the commercial uses. So these locations would be subject to a lower noise level than those in the commercial.
And you've already only allowed them in the R1s.
The R1 and the R2 zone. So I think what you're concerned about are amplified type noises or loud parties.
There's ordinance against that too.
Is it? Well, yeah,
Amplified music.
that right, service calls to shut down loud parties. But I think if people know ahead of time that they can't do that, is what I think Mayor Pro Tem is looking for.
Yeah, some type of guideline, something, just having something in place so that they know in advance. So when there's a violation, we can say, oh, you knew. The other thing is, I think they should be required to have smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors. And every bedroom, however that goes, but we need to make sure that.
Not required by code already in the.
Yeah,
No?
But if it was a motel, wouldn't you require
older
it?
homes, maybe we conduct an
See, we're talking about short-term rentals, so we're not talking about, although by definition they fit hotels, but we're talking about a residential. So, and I don't know if they're residentials or maybe for new developments, new homes, something like that, they might be
The new
required, but-
developments are required.
But
yeah.
it might be my 50-year-old house.
Yeah,
So I
and,
just
and
wanna
so
make
what
sure
you're
that-
saying
that,
is regardless, they need to meet, they have to have these safety standards in place.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Is there
Okay.
consensus on that?
And,
Is there consensus on that?
Yes.
Okay. I hear
Yeah,
no
staff will
opposition,
check
so
with
yes.
our building and safety, and then we'll incorporate that into an ordinance and cover that when we bring it back to you.
and is there, I think to help with the parking, I think if they are going to be parking on the street, I think they ought to get they should purchase a parking permit for the renter. So that'll help with this one parking space per one on-site space.
Not all, zones, not all streets have parking permits.
I'm not just speaking park permits. I want a special one. So that'll kind of.
We can't do that on a public street
City
unless
Anaheim
the,
does.
Unless it's a district.
unless it's a parking district.
I'll look at take a look at City Anaheim.
We'll take a look at the city of Anaheim.
And there is going to be a TOT that's in place.
A TOT.
So the 11% is our current TOT
And there will be a business license.
and a permit fee.
And there will be a application process.
Yes.
Okay.
Mention those three again. What would it would be a business license? Say it again.
Permit, application for a permit, and then the normal, your TOT.
Okay. And did I say? Oh, let's see what else. Debt insurance. We did registration fees, business permits. Are we going to require? I mean, 'cause I could just walk up there and say, you know, I own this house, so I want to make an application for a short-term rental. But do I need to provide proof of residency, or some type of proof that that I actually do own this house? I actually do live at that address. I mean, a gas bill or something, or. I mean, you've heard of people just kind of going up and renting out other people's homes.
We have access to the roll, don't we?
Yeah.
We have access to the roll, the register, the county register that.
But how do I prove that I'm actually that person? There's no identification, no proof of residency since the property owner is required to be there? I have to bring a gas bill, something that shows proof of residence?
That would be part of the permit application where we take identification down and then we check that person against the property tax rolls to make sure they're the owner.
But other than that, you don't have anything because we are requiring the person to live there. So other than just prove, I mean, I can prove that I own my home, but what evidence shows that my name is on the bill that I actually live there? Or am I just kind of
Yeah.
going
So-
off in the weeds?
So what I'm hearing is to ask that they provide a utility bill with their name on it, demonstrating that they are the ones receiving the bill for that location. Yeah, it would be a good way of attempting to ensure that they're living at the site. Most of these that I've seen in a previous city was their neighbors make the complaint that, hey, they don't live here. And then we send code enforcement and we do our investigation. But we can go through that definitely with the application process to try and catch it at that time.
Yeah.
And so we'll come up with a process to try and do that.
Greg, wouldn't the property tax bill would show the property tax owner? That's your basis, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be their primary residence, it would show.
I don't get a property tax bill. I pay mine with my mortgage, so I don't have a property tax bill.
But wouldn't a mortgage,
At the end of the year. That's it. All right.
wouldn't a mortgage payment work?
We're going to be checking the tax roll. So even if you don't get the bill, we'll still be able to tell if you're the property owner.
I think Greg's right that, you know, we can certainly ask under penalty of perjury that on the application that they live in the unit, they're the owner of the unit and they live there. But complaint basis is really the way it's going to get caught because I can own another home and have the utility in my name there, as well as a utility in my name in my own home. So a utility bill doesn't actually prove you live there.
Oh, that was just
the-
an example. I'm
yeah,
just trying
the-
to make sure.
yeah.
All I'm simply asking
Yeah.
for is some type of verification process that we actually verify who it is this, who they are that they say they are. That's all. And I just do that as an example. Utility bill, because you go, like you raise a child in school, I show a utility bill, because that's all I have. So I'm just asking for some type of verification process. And that's all. So property tax rolls, whatever suits you, but at least some type. That way you can save the code enforcement some running around.
So just to make clear, is there a consensus from the council then that we come up with some sort of a process to ensure that the owner is actually occupying the unit?
Yes.
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 The question has been posed, if we discover that there's been fraud committed in the application. I think with other applications we've had, if you've been revoked, you're prohibited for at least 1 year from reapplying.
Oh, so there needs to be a discussion on the penalty for,
Are you, if it turns out we are able to establish that fraud has been committed, would you like to establish that the license be a process, with due process, obviously, but that it then be, the punishment be a revocation of the license of the permit for at least a minimum of? Okay, I hear 2. Do I have one more that says permanent?
Yes.
Yes.
Lifetime ban.
so there's consensus that the penalty for perjury is having your privilege revoked from you to short-term rental your residence, or any residence for that matter.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
So, question, if for some reason they violate, besides fraud there, for instance, let's just say code enforcement goes around, there's been 3 violations, let's just say the neighbors have complained, whether it's parties or something like that, I'd like to see where there would be some type of penalty as well. If they, if they're getting a lot of complaints, kind of like we always see with like the party houses, people are partying all the time. That's something I would like to see.
I wanted to co-sign because that was going to be one of mine. So I think if they get more than 3 complaints, they get their permit pulled. They get shut down.
Okay, so there would be a revocation in an instance where they had 3 or more violations, code violations.
Yeah.
And so I already see 2. Is Councilmember Henderson?
I have nothing to add. Mine is kind of the summation of all these, so yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I won't go along with that, yeah.
And Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And Councilmember. So there's consensus.
Within what period of time?
The attorneys think alike, within a 12-month period?
Period. I think if they get 3 complaints, that once you hit it could be 5 years, and if you get 3 complaints, I think your permit need to be pulled.
It's kind of like an alarm code. The alarm goes off, you get 100. The alarm goes off, you get 200. The alarm, and then we quit. You're done.
I just read that this morning. 3 times there's no charge, and then after that you get charged.
I think the problem with that is you can get a really nasty neighbor who's just gonna, make 3 complaints. Are they 3 founded complaints?
Yeah, they need to be valid. You're going to have those neighbors that don't want an STR next door to them anyway. So if I just complain just because I just don't want this property here, then that doesn't work. But if they're making a valid complaint and this property owner's being irresponsible and just not caring, I think at some point we need to cut the losses and revoke that permit.
3 sustained complaints. And do we have consensus within the lifetime of? Do you want to limit it to a certain period of time?
Within
year.
3 years, well, go ahead.
1 year.
Councilman Tanaka, on 1 year. Mayor? On 1 year. Within 1 year, within 12 months.
Okay, I'll say 1 year.
Councilman Henderson?
I can live with that.
Councilman Love?
Good.
Okay, I have one more. So for instance, when a person rents, and we mentioned this before about, I think it's under yours, about the noise decibel level, we absolutely said no parties that can happen there. So I mean, I guess it needs to be specified as far as our ordinance, no parties, but even to the extent where people, they rent these and they have parties where they have the little apparatuses on the front yard, the little
All the
bouncy
bouncy
things, all that,
houses.
the merry-go-rounds, I've seen that where they take up the street. I mean, I've seen that happen. So I mean, I think we need to specify with all of that. Because sometimes when people are transient, I don't want to use the word transient, when they're renting, they'll come and they'll, hey, let's do it all right here.
When you say no parties, are you talking about
Indoor, outdoor parties,
anytime?
any type,
Eh.
including weddings.
Including what?
Weddings.
And I agree with that. I have a friend that's renting long-term a house in Malibu, and the property owner put up cameras, and she cannot have more than 12 people in this beachfront house, and he lives and he does not play. So I agree with what the mayor is saying.
I'm in agreement as well.
Yes.
I'll figure it out.
We'll come back with a draft on that. Anything?
I don't have any.
Mayor, Councilmember Henderson, Councilwoman Love.
Paulette covered it all. When I seen her bring out the notebook, I knew it was a done deal.
Okay, well, I guess we got enough direction. Staff will come back to you with an ordinance.
go to Planning
Oh, I'm sorry,
Commission.
we have to go to Planning Commission first, with a draft, with an ordinance, and then bring it to
Planning
you.
will present a recommendation, then we'll bring it for a first reading to the council, and then we'll have 2 weeks after that, or whenever the next meeting is, at least 2 weeks after that, we'll have a second reading, and then we'll see what happens, okay? We appreciate your time and patience with us tonight on this item.
All right, thank you. So we have a few more things. I'm sorry. The staff will be, you can contact Community Development tomorrow, and they can let you know their time frame as far as when they'll be putting a draft ordinance together, and it'll go before Planning Commission. They'll let you know the date of that.
If anybody's interested, they can give their contact information and they'll get a notice in accordance with state law.
Okay, sounds good. All right, thank you guys very much.
We're looking at maybe January, February to bring it to the
January,
Planning Commission.
February, something like that? Okay, sounds good.
For it to go to planning.
Planning Commission.
Okay, all right, sounds good. Okay, so next up, we are on item number 13C. So this is regarding the new fortune tellers permit for psychic reading and meditation center. Here, Mr. City Manager. I know it's going to be postponed, but he has to still read it.
Are we
Yes.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 13C is for the new fortune teller permit. Number 2, psychic reading and meditation center, 1602 Artesia Boulevard, Unit F, here in the city of Gardena, 90248. An application was filed for a new fortune teller permit at 1602 Artesia Boulevard, Unit F. In accordance with the Gardena Municipal Code, request is subject to review by the City Council within 35 days of filing a complete application and may continue to a future meeting date. In order to conduct the necessary research and investigation of the permit review process, staff is recommending that the item be continued to the next regularly held meeting on December 13, 2022.
So at this time, I need to take a motion for us to continue this item here until the December 13th meeting.
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second it.
Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Love and a second by Councilmember Francis. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Love,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Francis,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is item number 14A, COVID-19 update. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, COVID-19 update. As of today, the total case count is 20,365. That is up 135 since our last meeting. Total death count, fortunately, has not risen. It remains at 279. Vaccination rate for children 5 to 11 is 36.4%. Those ages 12 and above is 89.3. The youth at 12 to 17 is at 82.4, and our seniors 65 and over is at over 95%. Testing at Raleigh Park continues. So far, we've tested about 7,745 residents, and we've tested 17 since the last meeting. And they are open from 9 to 3:30 p.m.
Okay. Any questions or comments? No? Okay. Let's move on to item number 18A. Mr. City Manager.
Transportation items. Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 18A is to award construction contract for G-Trans Dispatch Remodel, project number, job number JN 512 to Ambit Construction and Design, Inc. for $436,505 and authorize a project total of $545,631 and declare California Environmental Equality Act CEQA exemption. In October 2019, Council awarded a contract to Strip Spark for G-Trans's new technology that would allow improved development and scheduling of services such as bidding, dispatching, operator assignments, and providing accurate timekeeping functions. Since G-Trans is nearing completion of the G-Trans real-time information deployment project, which will dramatically change the way operations supervisors manage and track buses out of the road. Therefore, G-Trans needs to reconfigure its dispatch center to accommodate the new flow of employee work assignments, meeting areas, and access points. In 2021, G-Trans hired Stantec Architecture, Inc. to develop a conceptual design and complete the design and construction drawings and assist with the project execution. And Stantec completed this work, and the construction specifications were recently issued in a construction bid. A total of 10 bids were received on October 13, 2022. The lowest responsive bidder, Ambit Construction and Design, Inc., is a state licensed contractor with verified successful construction experience in the field. The project scope includes the demolition of portions, which are interior walls only, of the existing Gardena Transit facility, maintaining temporary operation controls during remodeling activities, remodeling of interior workspace with electrical upgrades, providing testing, warranties and facility system turnover, and handling waste and disposal of the project refuse. The project will include new cabinets and countertops, new tile and carpet flooring, interior painting, baseboards and trim accessories, new roof-mounted HVAC system for dispatch area with roof modifications and supports. Staff recommends awarding the construction contract for the G-Trans Dispatch Remodel Project job number 512 to Ambit Construction and Design in the amount of $436,505 and authorize a 25% construction contingency with a project total of $545,631. An environmental assessment has been prepared in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, and it has been determined that the project is categorically exempt. G-Trans has available local capital funds set aside for this project and included in the fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24 capital budgets approved by the City Council. There is no impact to the general fund. What is required tonight is to award contract and declare CEQA exemption.
Okay, thank you. So tonight we have, we have one speaker, as well as Madam City Clerk. Did we receive any emails?
We received an email and was forwarded from a member. Well, actually, it was from Ambit.
Okay.
Okay, and was forwarded to council and has been made part of the record.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow, that's the right. Okay. Okay, so we have one speaker, Akbar Ali.
I just came here to give a response to if there were any objections.
Okay, thank you. Why don't you just sit on the front row just in case? Why don't you sit on the front row just in case
Sure.
anybody has any questions?
Sure.
then? Okay. So does any member of the council have any questions or comments at this time? Okay, Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, in regards to the delta between the proposed awarded bidder and the second bidder, are there any concerns about being able to perform? Because there's a pretty huge delta between 1 and 2.
Staff looked at that, Councilmember Henderson, and there is no concerns about performance between the two bidders. There is no concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? No? Okay. With that being said, excuse me, can I get a motion to award the contract and declare CEQA exemption?
So moved.
Is there a second? Doing a second.
Second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Tanaka and a second by Henderson. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem.
She
we're
Madam Madam City Clerk, she wasn't present for the
Right,
item.
okay, so I was just kind of wondering what to do with that. Thank you. So we won't call on her. Councilmember, Councilmember Love
Yes.
and Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay. Next up is item number 18B. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 18B is to approve purchase and installation of furniture for G-Trans dispatch remodel from DNR Office Works for $49,331.99. G-Trans is working to reconfigure its dispatch center to accommodate the new flow of employee work assignments, meeting areas, and access points, the result from the onset of several new technology projects. In addition to completing the construction of the overall project, the final design calls for new furniture and workspaces. The furniture includes fully outfitting the newly remodeled areas with office furniture, including conference tables, chairs, desks, storage containers, in addition to a new area for those operators working standby assignments. All furniture is designed for durability, comfort, and functionality, as well as in keeping with the new design of workflow and assignments. G-Trans can take advantage of cooperative purchasing agreements through Omnia Partners Public Sector. All contracts available have been competitively solicited and publicly awarded by a government entity serving as a lead agency while utilizing industry best practices and processes. G-Trans will purchase all furniture from DNR Office Works, an authorized dealer in good standing. DNR has provided furniture for several previous G-Trans projects, as well as the other City of Gardena furniture projects in the past. G-Trans has available local capital funds set aside for this project and included in the fiscal year 23 and 24 capital budgets approved by City Council. There is no impact to the general fund. What is required is to approve this purchase.
Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, we do not, Mayor.
Does any member of the council have any questions or comments? No? All right, Director Crespo, since you stayed late, I have a question. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam City Clerk, there was a motion by Councilmember Love and a second by Councilmember Henderson. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Love,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Francis,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
May I just say one thing?
Mayor Serta.
Madam Mayor,
Did I call you?
Can I say one thing?
Wait a minute.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Regarding the entire contract and the presentation, you left no stone unturned, right down to the fasteners, the type of nuts and bolts, where the stuff was going. When you began the project, where all the supplies would be located, what you do with it afterwards, it was amazing. So I just want to compliment you. I didn't get a chance to, but because I kept reading, thinking there's something somewhere, but it was perfect. It's very well written.
Mayor Pro Tem, the director previously requested the presentation, like a 50-page presentation right after SDR. I told him he can't do that.
Oh, well, he didn't have to.
He was gonna-
I mean, right down to the fasteners.
He was going to identify the
He even-
fasteners.
He specifies which nut and bolts to be, what size and where they came from. I thought, that's amazing.
Paulette, that's because he knew you was going to ask.
I would have too, but anyway, you answered all my questions, so thank you, sir. Very well done.
Next up is item number 18C.
Mayor Serta, members of City Council, agenda item 18C, the last transportation agenda for tonight, is to approve purchase and installation of control room console for G-Trans dispatch remodel from Tresco Consoles for $48,932.67. G-Trans dispatch remodel project was designed to include a new specialized control center for all its dispatching activities. G-Trans researched several different configurations and vendors to provide such a design, and ultimately G-Trans opted to work with Tresco Consoles, a leading manufacturing control room furniture since 1984. Tresco Consoles specializes in control room consoles that focus on hardware and monitor implementation, furniture push button and device integration, emergency air fittings, and multi-circuit power distribution. Consoles are also ergonomically designed to maximize comfort, safety, and efficiency. This is especially important for G-Trans with the implementation of the new workflow processes resulting from new technology and the reconfiguration of the dispatch center. Tresco specializes in this niche area and has designed consoles for companies in the oil and gas industry, security operations, wastewater treatment, and power generation, in addition to the transportation industry. Some of Tresco's clients include Northrop Grumman, Chevron, Exxon, Tennessee Valley Authority, and Metropolitan Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority, or MARTA, in Atlanta, Georgia. G-Trans has available local capital funds set aside for this project, and is included in the 23-24 capital budgets approved by the City Council. There's no impact to the general fund. What's required is to approve the purchase.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, we don't, Mayor.
Does anybody on the council have any questions or comments? No? Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Love and a second by Councilmember Francis. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Love?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Mayor Serta?
Yes. Okay, next up is council item directives. Does any member of the council have any directives at this time?
Yes, I do. If you don't,
Go ahead.
if I can get to it. You know, couple of things. Okay, you know, we talked about the Gardena Boulevard revitalization and the whole process involving the Gardena Economic Advisory Commission and having these meetings. There was a motion to have so many meetings with the business. I was wondering if we could ask, I know the Economic Director of Community Development to come up with a plan so we can tell, you know, how are they going to contact the businesses, what type of meeting they're going to have, at a town hall, will the community be involved, who are the stakeholders, identify all the stakeholders, and then sit down and meet with them to talk about what it is they would like to see, and also have some conversations about the guidelines and the process so they understand as well as we will. So can we, I mean, I know we're moving into the holidays, it probably won't happen until after, you know, January sometimes, but can we have some type of plan or proposal or something about how it is they're going to approach this? 'Cause
Mayor Pro Tem, you know, the formation of a plan to facilitate the project is a standard operating procedure for us. We don't need the directive, but he can direct me to do that. But you don't need to, but you can.
well, I'd like to see it, if you don't mind.
Second.
Will do.
Thank you. And the other one, from I asked a question about the public access cable TV, and I got a very thorough presentation about what it would take, what some other City of Torrance is doing, and I know City of Inglewood has public access, and they also have a whole staff, but I don't know if we need, the whole question was just how can a person who wanted to do a little musical video, how could they get that on the public access station without, so if we could have, I'm just asking for some type of process or procedure saying that, and I know the city responsible for the content and all that, but we put on the city council meetings without a whole lot of folks. So is there a way that, and I know that we could come up with just some kind of process, so if one of our constituents wanted to, and they have a gospel choir, and they wanted to put the gospel choir on cable TV, at least we'll get some good use of our cable station. I mean, the city council meetings are very interesting, and I think that's a very important way to inform the public, but I'm looking at how can we get our highest and best use out of our cable access, particularly when we do have opportunities for public access. So could we, am I clear? You understand what I'm requesting, or who I've talked to?
So Mayor Pro Tem, the request or the ask is that we create a process so for those that have content that they want to submit, how would they do so?
Yeah, how would they go about doing it? Because
Right.
I remember, going back to Time Warner, for
Right.
example, they would videotape parades. We just had to make sure there was a person at the Time Warner office that collected them. We just had to make sure they was in the format that they could play on their
Right.
equipment, so.
So Mr. CM, we just need to understand from Spectrum what format they will accept our content from, whatever. But I think also, though, to add to that, somebody's got to review that content to make sure.
You would have to have a licensing attorney to review.
Right.
Like, I'm just thinking the example of the gospel, whether the music is licensed. So you would have to have a budget process and set aside funds to have a licensing attorney with regards to copyright and royalties review the content to ensure that we would not be in violation of any copyright laws before we submit it. It's one thing if you just put it up on, I mean, you have YouTube, but then if you put it on Spectrum, that would be in protection of, I mean, the city would have to do that.
So you have to have a special person, or you're not a special person?
I'm not a licensing attorney, a
Well,
special.
that was it. Now before you get off in the weeds, that was just an example. I don't think a gospel choir or church program would necessarily want to do that, but that was just an example. What process can we do to get better use out of our public access so the community can become more involved?
Mayor
It
Pro
could be
Tem.
because they talk about musical or educational, so.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think at the very minimum, we have to have a review process, because if let's say, I'll give you an example. Somebody would like to post something very innocuous, like a video of somebody dancing on City Park, for instance, and he's wearing a logo, and that logo happens to be an issue of trademark, copyright, whatever, and then we get sued, or he or she gets sued. We would have to determine first if that logo or if that content can be posted on a cable access.
This question, could we at least have some idea of what is allowable and what is not allowable? Can we do that? I just need to know, that's all. So, I mean, because we can, for example, if I wanted to do the parades, could we put the parades on cable? Or if I wanted to, the Cinco de Mayo celebration, could we have somebody videotape that and put that on our public access station? Would that be okay? So at least, I'm just asking for what can we do? There ought to be something.
It's like a guideline sheet.
Yeah, some guidelines, some process, so there ought to be something. Is community events or just, you're making it a lot more difficult. I think you're going far beyond my reach or my intent. I just want to,
Well, I think guidelines would be a good way to start with it, because some things just may not be acceptable. Certain type of things that are bicycled on other stations. Just as long as we're protecting ourselves, like a parade would be sufficient, or I don't know, a jazz festival or something.
I would have to defer to legal on this, because I think
Okay.
the whole point is when you open it up for other things, one thing could be, like I said, could be very simple, very innocuous, that, nothing's going to think twice about that. But then you're opening it up to other things that people are going to want to post or upload. And so
If it's a city-run event, and I'll give the example of the jazz festival. I know we pay for royalties for the usage of the music. Now we would have to get permission, and when we enter into agreements with the performers, that their likeness would be broadcasted. All that would have to happen ahead of time. So, and I'm just using city events. If you open it up to non-city ran events, it's going to be on a case-by-case basis, and you have to remember you're going to deal with First Amendment issues where one person may like it, another person may not, but there's First Amendment has to be equal across the board. It would be easier if it's just for city functions, like your city parades, your jazz festival, assuming that we can get the artist for the jazz festival to agree to this.
Again, that was just an example. Could we just simply have some guidelines what we can and cannot do? I think that'd be a good starting point.
It's difficult for me to come up with guidelines because it's on a case-by-case basis. So if I just look at your example of the jazz festival, it raises issues pertaining to music and licensing. If I look at it on pertaining to the MLK parade or the Cinco de Mayo, then I'm not thinking about music royalties or the other. So it's hard to come up with guidelines for city function events because it all depends on what is going on with that event and whether you guys change or add something to the event.
Are there any guidelines that you can come up with regards to what we can and cannot do? I'm just asking questions. You can't do it, you can't do it. If it can't be done, I got you. It can't be done.
All I can say is you can submit it, and then we would have legal review, and then the licensing attorney would then determine whether it's appropriate or not appropriate.
Thank you.
Are there any more directives? Do you have one? Do you have another one?
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I definitely would love a second for this. So I've been interfacing with LA County's Office of Chief Sustainability Office and everything. So, Mr. City Manager, if we could point the Public Works and/or Community Development Director, but also the Planning Commission to that resource, because there's a sustainability plan that LA County has already adopted. And because, again, we're one of the 88 in LA County, instead of us trying to reinvent the wheel in regards to sustainability, look at what their larger plan is for the county and just pick out the pieces that would be more germane to the city of Gardena, because our needs are a little bit different in regards to sustainability and the projects that we have coming up. Thank you.
Are there any more council directives? None? Okay, hearing none, our next item on the agenda is City Manager report, remarks regarding directives and council items.
Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, and City Council. In your packets that I distributed this evening, I have a memo regarding the homeless plan update as requested by the Mayor Pro Tem, Francis. And another memo from the Gardena Police Department, which has a stats and events update. I think at this time we're going to play a video. And I just want to remind everybody that this year marks our third consecutive year of being nominated as most business-friendly city by the LAEDC with population over 50,000. And tomorrow, we get to find out if we won. We're going up against pretty big cities, Norwalk, Carson, Santa Clarita, and Gardena. So,
As long as it's not Palmdale.
well, Santa Clarita's kind of close. Yeah. We'll find out tomorrow. Cross our fingers. No pressure on Greg again. So. And lastly, I want to greet Councilmember Love. Happy birthday. It's on November 16th. Happy birthday. She's turning, what is it? 21. 21? No. And we are having cake after the meeting at midnight. Madam Mayor, that ends my report.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, do you mind giving us a rereading what the directives were?
So I'd like to read
Sure.
them for any clarification or adjustments. We had a directive from Mayor Pro Tem Francis regarding the Gardena Boulevard revitalization project. She's requesting that either the economic manager or CDD director produce a formation plan. Is that correct? And she would like to see it. Is that correct? Was that your directive?
It was just a plan, how we're going to get the businesses involved, to identify, the plan should include identifying the stakeholders, when these meetings are supposed to occur.
So you would like to see a plan
Yes, a
on
plan.
details and, okay. Thank you.
I know city manager says there's always a plan, and I don't doubt that, but I just like to see it.
Correct.
So we can have.
Second directive was by Councilmember Henderson, and it was seconded by Councilmember Tanaka. And it was regarding the LA County Chief Sustainability's Office Plan, which was recently adopted. And he is asking, can we take a look at their plan and see what would work for Gardena? Okay, thank you. That concludes the directives.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we're going to have, excuse me, council remarks. We're going to begin with Councilmember Tanaka.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The hour is definitely late, so I have a very brief one. After our last meeting, I kind of bypassed my COG board meeting to charter a new Kiwanis Club in Gardena to help our youth, to help our youth become leaders, and to teach them what it means, to be leaders. So I thank you for that one. Attended my homeless task force through the COG. A lot of issues are coming up about how we attack this issue in the South Bay. We continue to strive with the SPA 8, with LASA, and all the other groups that are dealing with homelessness. I attended I think it was his 60th birthday or 50th birthday. What year? How old is he? 50? Okay. One of our officers, good friend, we attended his 50th birthday, celebrated that. I went to the Gardena Mamie Deer Library and judged bookmarks the other day, and that was quite interesting. There were some really great bookmarks. It took me about half an hour, so that was a great thing. I attended a great celebration in San Pedro for John Donato, who's a district deputy grand exalted with the San Pedro and the South Central District. And it's really sad. Tomorrow I'll be attending a funeral service for a friend of mine who lost their 2-month-old. It was just a preemie, but I'll be at that service tomorrow. And lastly, I just want to wish all of our vets a great Veterans Day. Don't forget this Friday, thank a vet for keeping us free and allowing us to do the things that we do, because freedom's not free. And there are a lot of vets out there. including the Elks is celebrating Veterans Day Thursday with a steak dinner. It's free. So with that ends my report.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Councilmember Love.
Since my last meeting, I attended the Human Service Open House. I attended I just had to run in and run out of that one. I think that was the day I had my Superman cape on, Clint. I also attended the city employees breakfast. I attended the ministerial luncheon, swearing in of my youth commissioner, and the South Bay Workforce Investment Board 27th Annual Award Dinner, where Gardena participants received a lot of recognition at that night, at that event. And I don't want to go into details because it's late and who cares? That is my report.
Okay, next up is Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since our last meeting, I attended my LA Business Federation Responsible Governance Committee. Met with a group in regards to zero emission vehicles and infrastructures that municipalities need for that. Was at the seniors lunch the other day, my SCAG regional council meeting, the South Bay WIB dinner, and also want to recognize and thank all my fellow veterans for the service to this fine country. And don't forget to come out Friday as we recognize you as well. Madam Mayor, so ends my report.
Okay, thank you. And for myself, since the last council meeting, had just a couple of meetings here. First one, I had the opportunity to have a sit-down meeting with our new state senator, Senator Ben Allen, who will be assuming a portion of Gardena beginning, I believe, at the first of the year. And so got a chance to just give him I know he's met with several members of the city council, but just kind of been able to give him a really good overview of how Gardena is very different than some of our surrounding cities, because we're not Hawthorne or Lawndale or any of those. We're unique in our own way. So that was really great. Also, I attended the funeral services of our former city treasurer, Ingrid Tsukiyama, along with my colleagues, and I want to thank all the city staff that was there as well. I think the family was probably very happy to see so many people there from the city of Gardena. I also attended the WIB's 27th annual award ceremony, and just congratulating, I believe, the 4 young people from Gardena who went through their program, got great jobs, and it's always great when you hear these success stories, because some of these people are either, some of their stories are homeless, some have been displaced from jobs and they've been retrained. And in some instances, you find out that they're making even more money than they did at the previous job. So it's always great when you can hear people say, hey, before I was making $40,000, now I'm making $100,000 a year. So the WIB does a lot of great things for not only residents, but as well as businesses that they help out. They're an amazing organization, and I look forward to partnering them with some upcoming things that maybe we can do here in the city of Gardena. And then lastly, I had a meeting with our City View, the new developer that's going to be building really nice units over on El Segundo and Crenshaw, where they're going to be making, I believe it's like $100 million investment in this new development. A meeting with them, as well as a meeting with our director of GBAC, Gene Hale, and we talked with them about local hire. In the very beginning, they committed to saying that they were going to be investing back in local hire here, especially with their subcontractors. And we just kind of, the director, Gene Hale, and I, we just kind of reaffirmed that with them, because moving forward, I believe this whole council is very much in supportive of local hire with any new developer that's coming in. So they kind of agreed to the fact of kind of being our poster child, in the sense of, as new developers come to Gardena, that we definitely want them to kind of take the same stance that City View has. And their CEO just kind of made again, reaffirmed their commitment to our GBAC director, that that's what they're doing. And they're very excited about still building this new development here in Gardena. So I was very happy to hear that, and it was very exciting that he was able to go back and tell our other businesses the great commitment that City View did. And again, moving forward, this is something that we want to ask all of our developers as they're coming to Gardena to build new developments. So with that, that ends my report. And next up is Mayor Pro Tem Francis.
And I'm going to be very brief. I did a drive by the Fall Carnival, and it looks like it was well attended. I did not go to Freeman Park because they had that scary nurse there, and she gave me nightmares last time I went. But anyway, and I also attended memorial for Ingrid Sukiyama. As far as if you could say it was a nice event, it was very, very well done. I was happy to have an opportunity to be there. And I also want to say Happy Veterans Day. We'll hope to see you all out on Friday. Those of you who have the day off, coming out to our program. And I also want to encourage folks to participate in the Satire Library and Mamie Deer library activities for our young people, for our children. Get them out, make them let go of their cell phones and get them off those computers and bring them to the library and get them into a book. It'll be a worthwhile activity, and you'll have something to do with your young folks during that whole week. They're going to be off at Thanksgiving. So that concludes my report, and thank you so very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just a couple of quick announcements that I didn't see show up on the video here. It was mentioned earlier, Passport to Wellness, which will be this coming Thursday, November 10th, from 5 to 6:30 p.m. This will happen at Gardena High School, which is located at 1301 West 182nd Street. Definitely want to encourage parents and kids to come out to that event there. Also, Fall Job Fair, which will be happening on Wednesday, November the 16th from 1 to 5 p.m. And Gardena will be participating in this. The location is El Camino College, and the address is 16007 Crenshaw Boulevard, Parking Lot C. And then also we will have another Etch and Catch event happening on November the 19th from 9 to 1 p.m. It will happen on the west parking lot right behind the police department. And then the last one here is we are having a Gardena hiring event, which will be on December the 8th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. That will be at Nakoka Community Center. And this here is for businesses who have current job openings. So this is a great opportunity for companies to register and possibly meet qualified candidates. And let's see, with that, we don't have any remembrances tonight, so we're going to move on to adjournment. So the Gardena City Council meeting will adjourn to our closed session portion of our City Council meeting, which will be at 7 p.m., followed by a regular City Council meeting at 7:30 p.m. on Tuesday, December the 13th, 2022. Just so everybody knows, we will be dark, our second meeting in November, so that everybody can have a nice, comfortable Thanksgiving holiday. So with that, we are adjourned.
Thank you. I'll get cake. I love birthday cake.